in the middle of nature, and always technically up to date. Approximately 1,000 participants attend our various educational offers in the fields of vocational and political education, school leaving qualification courses, German as a foreign language, vocational retraining, and meetings on a daily basis. But you'll hardly notice them on our premises covering around 60,000 square meters. The Academy of the Catholic Church. We are well known regionally and internationally. Persons of different cultures, religions, and mother tongues meet here in Academia Klausenhof. In our institute, you will establish a dialogue with others in order to live and study together. During your stay, you will experience our wide range of offers. Enjoy our freshly cooked daily meals and the convenience of one of our 600 modern and well-equipped guest rooms. Enjoy your stay at one of the Academy's 2 locations, both situated right in the heart of the nature reserve Hohe Mark at the border of the Ruhr area. We look forward to welcoming you.
Τοπιλατρίας και σύμβολα βανδαλίζονται.
Σε αυξημένο κίνδυνο βρίσκονται οι χώροι ιατροί.
Προστασία των χώρων λατρείας συνδέεται με τον σεβασμό στη διαφορετικότητα.
It's my opportunity to stop here with you.
Έχω δει σίγουρα καλύτερους και περισσότερους άνθρωπους. Με έχει διδάξει την αγάπη, συνεργασία και πειθό για το τι μπορούμε να κάνουμε μέσα από την Ευρώπη και μέσα από τη συνεργασία μας σε τοπικό και διεθνές επίπεδο.
Είναι η πρωτοβουλία της Ευρωπαϊκής Επιτροπής, είναι η δυναμική που έχουμε οι συλλογικές προσπάθειες, η ενεργειότητα για διεθνολογικό sei se renta σπουδαίο πώς αυτό το proceso con la tren και σίγουρα στην εργασία που είχαμε με τους πρώτους εταίρους του προγράμματος.
Meiner Meinung nach ist es wichtig für die Gesellschaft, dass wir in den Dialog gehen, dass wir miteinander darüber kommunizieren, auch über ein persönliches Thema wie Religion, dass wir Unterschiede überbrücken können, verstehen können, Fremdes besser nachvollziehen können und toleranter damit umgehen können.
No final de 2 anos muito intensos de trabalho com este projeto, há algo que para nós é evidente. Nós temos que proteger os lugares de culto e de oração, não apenas no sentido das pedras que compõem este lugar, não apenas os lugares, mesmo que sejam património histórico, mas acima de tudo as pessoas e a sua liberdade de exercerem os seus cultos onde entenderem de uma forma absolutamente livre e de acordo com a sua consciência e com os valores que os direitos humanos defendem.
Such experiences would not have been possible without our involvement in the Prosecute project, and for that we are very grateful for.
Το μήνυμα θα κλείμα δοθεί μέσα από το έργο Prosecute και είναι και αυτό που έχω δεχτεί, είναι ότι ουσιαστικά με τους κατάλληλους ανθρώπους, τα κατάλληλα εργαλεία και την κατάλληλη στήριξη, όλα είναι δυνατά.
Ο σεβασμός στην υπαλληλικότητα οφείλει να είναι τρόπο ζωής.
Es ist erschreckend zu sehen, wie viele Menschen angeben, dass sie sich unsicher darüber fühlen, ihre Religion in der Öffentlichkeit zu zeigen. Und deswegen ist es umso wichtiger, ein Thema, was so präsent ist und jeden betrifft und sehr individuell ist, zu schützen und die Leute auch zu schützen.
Uma coisa que eu tive de experiência neste projeto e que realmente nos deve fazer refletir a todos é que as pessoas são iguais em qualquer ponto do mundo. Nós temos este sentido de unidade. Pessoas que seguem diferentes religiões acabam por ser muito semelhantes, não só no seu dia a dia, mas também nos seus anseios, nas suas esperanças e nos seus medos. Esta é a unidade do povo humano.
Welcome to the International Conference Protect and Secure Worship. As the video said, welcome to the International Conference Protect and Secure Worship, the first international scientific conference that takes place in Cyprus when it comes to protecting our religious heritage. This conference, we're happy to have it under the auspices. Of the Ministry of Justice and Public Order, with the official support of the Cyprus Police, which we thank a lot, and the Nicosia Youth Council. We're really happy and honored to have managed and achieved to have here many dear friends, many colleagues, many collaborators who came here from all over Europe, more than 30 experts from more than 10 countries and more than 15 organizations, from the public sector, from educational institutions, from the civil society and decision makers, coming here to join forces towards this common effort that we do to protect our places of worship. This conference takes place under the framework of two European projects, the Prosecute European Project and the Protector European Project. We're happy to have them here, and organized by the Center for Social Innovation, coordinator of the Prosecute, the Desire Europe, coordinator of the Protector Project, and the Reset organization in Limassol. Of course, nothing would have been possible without the valuable contribution of other ISFP projects who are actually here today, such as Shrines, Safe Stadium, Prosperous, SOAR, SHIELD, and other projects newly awarded to the European Commission. So we're here today to share with you the research that is done through these projects. We're here today to share best practices through the expertise of all the people that we've gathered. We're here to actually augment the knowledge and the awareness when it comes to the protection and security for places of worship. And we hope that you take with you the best you can. I'm going to give the floor now to my dear colleague and Managing Director of the Center for Social Innovation for a brief welcoming, Mr. Dimitris Hatzisofoglou, and then we will continue with Mr. Andrew Staniforth, Director of Cyber Europe and Coordinator of the Protector Project. Thank you for me and enjoy the conference.
Good morning. What a wonderful experience to see all of you, people that I know, friends. Welcome to Cyprus. As we went through this project, a few words kept coming back to me: love, care, compassion, commitment, respect, and empathy. And those are all terminologies that are part of CSI's DNA. And also they're part of who we are as human beings. And I'm pretty sure that those words are also part of the DNA of our partners in this project. I would share a short story with you because I like stories, and I think they make the point. I was raised during the 1974 conflict, the invasion in Cyprus. And as part of that, a lot of things come to you as part of the ecosystem. And they create feelings and emotions that you carry with you throughout your life. But each person has some cornerstones in their life. For me, it was the first semester when I was in the States to study at the university, where I took a very easy course, what I thought was a very easy course. You know, we all take the easy courses on the first semester until we acquaint ourselves. It was Greek mythology. So I thought, that's an easy course. I would take that, easy A. Well, that was one of the most significant courses I ever took because it was not only about Greek mythology, it was about religion and about respecting people. And during that process, that 3-month process, a wonderful professor changed my life and how I was thinking about people in our society. And those words that I mentioned at the beginning became part of my life. Loving each other, caring for each other, having a commitment to the truth, and to living in a society where everybody has a place to express themselves and to contribute and do things that make our lives, all our lives, so much better. So I will leave you with that. And again, I want to thank specifically our Vice Chief of Police, who is here, the embassies of Greece, Italy, and Hungary, the youth organization. I don't know if I'm forgetting anybody. If I did, I love you guys. Okay, I love you. Have fun. Have fun. Enjoy it. And last but not least, I want to thank all the guys at CSI and all the other organizations involved in this project that they spend crazy amounts of time. I think we had a relationship they don't have anymore. I think. So thank you. Everybody, to the volunteers, to the folks that run this project for the last 2 years. Enjoy the day. I'm looking forward to it.
Hello, good morning, everyone. I'm Andrew Staniforth. I'm one of the directors of Stihia Europe. We are a research and innovation consultancy based in Estonia, but we operate at a global level. I'm here today with my fellow directors, Dave Fortune and Meredith Hughes. I'm sure you'll meet them throughout the course of today. I am the project coordinator of the Protector project, one of a number of projects that were granted funding from the European Commission Internal Security Fund, and we very much welcome Tamara here today from the European Commission. It's great that you're here to see what is in essence quite a rare event of a number of projects funded under the same call, coming together to share their knowledge and expertise. And I suppose a key message from me today is let's not forget that a couple of years ago, events like this, where we could get together, were not permissible. So let's make the most of the reason why they're called workshops. And that's because actually there is an enormous amount of talent, rich and diverse expertise today at the conference. So let's harness that. Because if there's one thing that we've learned in the Protector project, and working with our fantastic colleagues at the Centre for Social Innovation here at Cyprus, is that we are very much stronger when we work together. And finally, let's not forget that we are here for a very serious matter. Issues of protection of places of worship and sites of religious significance are of grave security concern across the world. And our purpose today is to hopefully try and make that just a little bit better. And I believe between us that we can. And again, this is not the end, but the beginning of the relationship of all these projects to make the world in Europe a safer place. So enjoy the conference. I look forward to meeting and discussing lots of these matters as we go throughout the course of today. Thank you.
We're going to continue. Panel 1 has as the main title, Protecting Places of Worship, Sharing European Stories and Experiences. In this panel, the moderator is Dr. Elisa Pastouris, and we have speakers from the European Commission, Ms. Tamara Munoz, Konstantin from the PROSEC project, Andrew Stanifor, coordinator of the Protector project, Kash Jawan for the SOAR project, Eduardo Mattiello, representative of the SHIELD project, and Marcin Podogrosky for the Prosperous project. Thank you.
So thank you for this introduction. Okay. So a few technical issues. Okay. Yeah. So thank you for this introduction. And before we kick off this very exciting panel session, I would like to take this opportunity myself and thank the people here today who have helped create such an outstanding conference. So many people have worked behind the scenes for so many months now, and even today there are people running around managing different tasks and activities. So a huge thank you from myself, from the Reset team to the CSI team, to all the people who have helped coordinate and put together this very, very exciting conference. A thank you to the Communications Department, Event, IT Project Management Department. I'd also like to say a special thank you to Panayota Konstantin, who has been talking, walking, and dreaming of this conference for some months now. Definitely without passion and energy, today would not have been possible, so thank you for that. Thank you to the PROSEC department. It's been such a pleasure working with you. And for me, the PROSEC project is definitely one of the most impactful projects I have personally worked on. So thank you for helping create this opportunity. And thank you to the representatives from the European Commission, the speakers, the ISF project representatives who have traveled from different corners of Europe to be here with us today. Your presence truly honors us. And we're grateful to the Ministry of Justice and Public Order for supporting this conference today, the Cyprus Police, and the municipality of Nicosia. Without further ado, let's kickstart this panel. Our first panel, Protecting Places of Worship, Sharing European Stories and Experiences, aims to give you, the audience, a more in-depth insight with regards to what our speakers have experienced through their journeys of working on these projects. So it's giving you more personal, more intimate stories that have actually touched them and that have remained more memorable for them. So we're truly honored to have with us the following speakers: Ms. Tamara Munoz, the Program Manager for Union Actions at DG Home from the European Commission; Ms. Panayota Kostandi, Prosecute Project Coordinator, Senior Project Manager, CSI Cyprus; Mr. Andrew Staniforth, Director at Sahir Europe, Protector Project Coordinator; Mr. Kashif Awan, SOAR Project Coordinator and Co-Director of EFI; Mr. Eduardo Matiello, Task Manager at the SHIELD Project; and Mr. Marcin Podogrovsky, if I'm saying it correct, Process Project Coordinator. Thank you once again for being here and for being part of this panel. Just two final notes. There will be 10 minutes at the end for the audience to ask any questions. We are also streaming this live via our YouTube link, so we will also be noting down questions that are coming from the online audience, and we will be addressing these either via writing or verbally at the end when we give some time for questions. I'm aware we're tight on schedule, so let's begin. I'd like to start with Ms. Tamara Munoz. As Program Manager under the Migration and Home Affairs sector of the EU, and in light of the projects being represented here today, please share with us a highlight that has marked this journey for you.
Thank you, Lisa, for the introduction and the organizers for this wonderful event. I'm really still amazed with the venue. I would like to not share one particular highlight, because to me, every time I come visit the project that we fund, all the small anecdotes make up for a great story that touches me and that makes me believe even more in the union actions, in the power of union actions. And before I go any further, maybe I can elaborate a bit on that, of what we do in DG Home Unit E4, which is where I work. I've been there for 1 year, and what we dedicate our time to is to manage transnational projects. This is a union action. So projects of transnational nature and involving at least 2 member states, but even more most of the times. And they serve a greater purpose, which is bringing the EU added value, so another value to the union as a whole. So the needs and the preferences of each national member state. So each member state, it's not the focus of it. So we aim to bring all these different entities from different backgrounds, so universities, NGOs, private entities, law enforcement, all of them from different member states. They come together and work towards achieving developing something, be it a methodology, a protocol, a training module, something that is harmonized, taking into account the different realities of each member state, because the European Union is diverse, not only in terms of culture, language, but also religion, as we can see here today. And there are many challenges that my colleagues here will be able to convey to you in a few minutes. But the fact that all these people, all these entities with different political and economical contexts, different landscapes in their home countries, different regulations, different legislations, those things really pose a challenge when it comes to developing something harmonized that can be then applicable and implementable in all the European countries. So to me, this is it's amazing. It's really something to be proud of. And what makes me believe that what we do in Union Actions is meaningful and valuable. And every time I visited them, either in Athens last year, I had the pleasure to meet the Prosperous team. So I visit very often in Brussels. Now I'm meeting for the first time Prosecute Protector, because as I said, I really joined 1 year ago. So I took many of these my portfolio in midway towards the end. I've met them. I've really left with a very positive feeling and with just more renewed energies for working on were awarded, and 20 member states were represented in that call. So just to show you how diverse in terms of like culture, language, but also religion, the call was. And so I'm looking forward to learning more about what everyone here has to share, and to meet you all later and exchange views. And yes, thank you very much once again, and congratulations on the Thank you. Thank you for your I'd like to hold on to what you said about the importance of transferring what is happening locally to a transnational European level, and then using the EU-wide knowledge to transfer those practices on a local level. And I think that's where the magic lies in with regards to these projects and how they really can have an impact. I'd like to move on to Ms. Panayota Constandi, my dear friend and colleague. We've shared many unforgettable moments as part of the project. I know there's so many for you to choose from, but I'm really curious to hear a moment that might have inspired you or that has stayed with you. Perhaps a story, something that you'd like to share with us.
Yeah. First of all, I would like to let you know that Elisa was my dear friend and colleague for these 2 years. We implemented together like two good sisters this project, so I'm really touched to have you by my side. And I know that you're kind of familiarize yourself with what I'm going to say now, because for us, what actually inspired us in this project, in the Prosecute project, was an innovative aspect that this project had. So apart from the training courses that we had to develop, the pilotings, etc., we had to create a documentary. And that was the first time for us that we had to implement such task. This was an amazing journey for us. For the first time in our career lives, we called to be directors, we called to be scenariographers, we called to be interviewees and interviewers. In this call to create not just a promo video, not just a plain video showing the results of Prosecute, but a documentary that actually records testimonials of people who experience religious hate crimes, religious discrimination, in an effort to actually see why this attacks, the discrimination takes place. We learned a lot from the people who we interviewed. We learned a lot from us how to make this documentary in order to transfer this knowledge and experience to our public. And we actually managed to create this beautiful tool, which is actually sustainable, because this way we have our documentary that we can show to all the European Union and show our message towards the people. And what we actually saw is the high engagement of these people, because for the first time in Europe, if I'm not mistaken, in this project, we created a 50-minute documentary that we are happy to show. We premiered it last year at the 17th International Documentary Festival in Limassol, and in many other festivals around Europe. For me, it was very touching to see the other side, to see these people telling their stories. We're going to show the documentary at the end of the conference at 2:30, and you're welcome to see it. And to actually understand and feel a bit how it is to be part of this site, to be part of a minority, to be part of someone who experienced discrimination, who experienced religious discrimination particularly, and to actually bond with these people and actually feel a bit more like in the creative industrial sector, because we actually call ourselves now for the first time directors of the documentary. That was kind of cool, actually. The second experience that I take with me with great respect and happiness, and I can see familiar faces here now, it was the open dialogue we managed to engage with all the European the Cypriot religious leaders in this island. And I have with me, happy, in panel 2 as well, Mrs. Salvi. She's the executive director of the organization, putting together these religious leaders into an open dialogue and collaboration. And we learned a lot from them. We discussed current topics. We got to know each other. And I'm really happy that I carry this with me And it was something that made me a better and wiser person after this project. So thank you so much. And I'm looking forward to hear the rest of the experiences.
Yes, thank you. Indeed, those were experiences that are going to stay with us forever.
Yeah.
I'd like to move on now to Mr. Andrew Stanforth, Director at Sahara Europe, Protector Project Coordinator. We know that you're doing a lot of great work. So again, it might be difficult to choose one, but what is a story or a moment that has marked the Protector journey for you?
Well, thank you. I think there are a couple of sort of standout key moments for me, really, and it really goes back to what we at Sahir Europe are all about. Because my former role as a counter-terrorism police officer and my fellow directors, also police officers, when we engage in research, we only carry on that research if it's going to have impact, if it's going to make a difference, if it's going to help the people that we try and keep safe in all of our communities. And that's a real key driver for us. And we often use the phrase of bringing research to reality, but it's really important. And I think one thing that we've done in the Protector project is we've definitely achieved that. And I go back to something that I said earlier in the opening, that we wrote and submitted the Protector project in the midst of the pandemic crisis. Because of restrictions, we didn't meet partners until month 20 of the project. And in order to do that, you have to have trust and confidence in the partnerships that you're creating. And some of those partners we'd never worked with before.
Yeah.
We've just seen in our own homes, in our kitchens, coming through our Zoom, Teams, WebEx calls. So a key moment for me was when we actually did meet in person.
Yes.
And I think then we all realised what we kind of missed in the project about that human connection, and which is so great about that conference. So that's the first thing. But the second thing, carrying on that through, is that it also, when you're working in these collaborative projects, it does restore your faith in those partnerships and bringing actually what we call bridging the gap. And the gap is bringing government, whether it's law enforcement agencies or other public authorities, bringing academia together, and then also bringing the private sector together. And actually, people in government or academia or the private sector have different cultures, have different expertise, have different experiences, have different goals and have different agendas. But when you combine those together in a common goal of something like security and something more specific around the protection of public places, and then you go even further and you say, well, actually, it's specifically about the protection of places of worship and sites of religious significance, you suddenly realise that you have more in common than probably you have that separates you. So I think a real highlight for me of the Protector project has brought forward a rich partnership, and none more so than just to highlight two as an example, is we've never worked with the university funded of Bruno Kessler, FBK from Italy, for example. And we found that they have such a high energy, rich expertise, a new generation of nerds and techies coming through, managed by people like Serena and Elisa that are here today, that actually gives you, when you get a little bit older in your careers and your professions, you start to think, well, actually, there's a new generation of bright young talent coming through. And so part of this project has also been to support them in pushing the envelope of what are the boundaries, what can be achieved, but at the same time having that real legal, ethical and support in security. So that's been fantastic to see. And finally for me, having a real rich and diverse mix of law enforcement agencies within the Protector project. A classic example has been having let's say Antwerp Police, who managed to combine one of our pilot testings of our artificial intelligence-based platform with a major counter-terrorism exercise based in a synagogue in Antwerp. And that was fantastic because it really provided the opportunity to stress test the technology that we were creating. And so that brings me full circle back to making sure that we're engaged in research but has a real practical application in the real world. Because fundamentally, we are spending public's money, taxpayers' money, with European Commission funding. So how can we make it work? How can we improve security? And that's constantly our drive at Sahir Europe, which we brought through for the Protector project.
Thank you, Andrew. I'll follow on from your comment with regards to how important it is to bring different agencies together for a common cause. It was one of the challenges that we faced, at least on the local level here. And although it's challenging to establish this multi-agency work, once it is established, it kind of really works wonders because it really enables a more holistic prevention and then a more holistic way of handling possible security risks for places of worship. But we'll talk about that later in panel 2, which is more focused on multi-agency work. I'd like now to move on to Mr. Kashif Awan. As part of the SOAR project, I'm aware you've developed a one-of-a-kind application to help better manage security at places of worship. Was this something that was that marked the SOAR journey for you, or was there something else that you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, so thank you, Elisa. So just to touch on that, we produced recently, it was last month it was launched, it was the SOAR Security by Design application, which is a key tool that we produced for during the SOAR project. And Security by Design, for people that aren't aware, is obviously an architectural term to build in security to places of worship to enhance the protection. So the application was developed through the feedback and the engagement that we've had with all faiths in the 7 pilot countries that we were engaged with throughout the SOAR project. We've had various trainings as part of the project, risk assessments, and the feedback that we received from the communities was that there wasn't a tool looking forward apart from the training that we're providing that can provide that knowledge and information in a fun, innovative way to ensure that institutions can understand the threats that exist and the solutions to protect themselves and their communities. So the application touches on, it's got 3 to 4 different faith buildings. So if you go into the application, I'll be showing that in my workshop 3 in a bit more detail. It touches upon perimeter security, CCTV surveillance, and different aspects of security, and it goes through, it's got in-game kind of solutions and questions and answers. So it's a bit more of an interactive way in which places of worship can understand the threats, but also providing the solutions that they can have. And then just to touch on one more other story, because a key part of our project is being around working with grassroots interfaith communities. So we've been training 50 at-risk sites across the 7 countries that we've been working in. And last month, we had one of our final policy dialogue events in Belgium, and we brought together some key religious figures from the 7 countries that we've been working in. And one of the key stories and kind of experiences that kind of show to us the impact that we've had on the ground was through the Hindu Forum in The Hague, in the Netherlands. So this was a case that we attended and delivered a protective security training, bringing together the Hindu community, Muslim community, Christian community, Jewish community.
Yes.
And the Hindu Forum leader at this policy event shared the fact that before that training exercise, they had never engaged with the other faith communities that were in The Hague. And there was a lot of misconception, there was a lot of challenges, unfortunately, that existed between the different faith communities due to non-engagement. And then following the training and bringing these interfaith groups together, these religious groups together in an interfaith form to understand the shared security issues and challenges that they all have, they've actually set up in The Hague now a multi-faith kind of group, advisory group, which has now Muslim, Hindu, Jewish and Christian representatives, which are kind of just getting together on a quarterly basis to understand the risks that exist in The Hague at a regional level and a local level, and then how they can work together to ensure that due to collaboration and engagement, they can hopefully keep the community safe and secure. So those were 2 things, I think, just to stand out from the project.
Thank you for sharing that. That's really amazing to hear. It's very inspiring, actually, and I hope similar religious communities can get inspired by those stories and carry out similar initiatives. I know that our colleague, Dr. José Oliveira, has similar stories from the hub that was created in Portugal with regards to bringing different religious communities for the first time together and how wonderfully that works. But we'll touch more about, on that later, also in your workshop later on. Thank you for that. Mr. Eduardo Mattielli, as a task leader of the SHIELD project, please share a moment that highlighted the journey for you.
Okay, I will give you my technical perspective and my personal perspective very shortly. Okay, SHIELD project is based on an holistic approach. So there is the participation of law enforcement agencies, private society, universities, and whatever. And is characterized by the cooperation of Christians, Muslims, and Jewish communities in order to protect the religious buildings. In this context, we have found that we have more or less the same kind of problems, and we have developed some kind of common solution that is been to one of them has been decided to adapt the VAC, that is a vulnerability assessment checklist, that is a previous project of the European Union, that is based, that is a risk assessment based on procedure that will allow all the communities to develop their understanding of potential risks. We have adapted it with the contribution of Jewish and Christian and obviously Muslim communities and experts. And this is the technical approach that and my personal technical experience that I have. Then I want to come out instead to my personal, emotional, and also can say spiritual experience. I'm a former soldier, so I'm quite used to see violence and to see, the killing and whatever. Now I'm working as a consultant in this project. But what I've seen is the effectiveness of manipulation on the mind of people through religion. What I'm saying, in SHIELD we have done some on-the-ground investigation on previous events, previous attacks that has been carried on by Daesh or by other terroristic organizations, also far-right and whatever. Obviously, being the representative for Christian, I investigated mainly the attacks of Daesh, and I've seen the effects of manipulation on, on young boys. As an example, there has been a case in which two young boys, 19 years old, no previous experience of violence, has been put together literally by a manipulator that was working in Syria. They were in another country. And then they have committed an attack in which they have killed a priest in France and tried to kill another person who was attending to the mass. And they have met 5 days before to committing the attack. They have been radicalized through social media, Telegram, so on. And there are also other cases like this. What has been my perception in this is that these guys were trying to do something that in their mind was good. They were not the bad guys that were trying to take power in their life or to abuse of others. They were trying to do something good. So what I've been, and this was quite touching for me, because I was, I was always used to see the terrorist as the bad guy, okay? The black man with the bad, the black man, I mean, of the storytelling that comes in the night, that has no good emotions and whatever. So, in my opinion, we should think about also this kind of aspect of terrorism. I mean, who is operating on the ground not necessarily is with so bad intention. There is somebody that is working on him in order to make him do bad things. So we should also work on prevention on this kind of messages and different approaches.
Thank you, Eduardo. I definitely agree. I believe there's a lot of work to be done on helping to prevent radicalization that happens to the most vulnerable, which is usually the most young. And these organizations know exactly how to reach out to them, especially online. Gaming is another way now. And the grooming happens in such a discreet way, and they know exactly what psychological traits to target. You know, it's part of let's help you create a better identity. Let's make you more powerful. Let's give you financial autonomy. So they really know their techniques. So I agree that there is still a lot to be done on prevention, on helping address this at a more early stage. That can help then later prevent having to work with people that are deeply radicalized and very hard to then help de-radicalize. Thank you for that. Really appreciate it. We will now move on to Mr. Marcin Podogorski. Last but not least, the Prosperous project that you are coordinating has developed some very important tools, VR training, models of security system for indoor and outdoor religious gatherings. But we'd like to hear from you. How did Prosperous impact you? What has marked that journey for you?
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for the introduction. And first of all, thank you for the invitation for this very successful closing conference. I'm sure that this is the closing conference only of those two projects, not the closing of the cooperation between all of us in the aim of increasing the level of protection. I'm sure that we'll find some means to go on with all these initiatives. And what about the Prosperous project? It's about the developing of the protection system for large gatherings of people in the religious sites. You mentioned several measures which we developed, but I think that the most important aspect is the cooperation and the exchange of different views, different expertise, experience between individuals and institutions involved in the project. You've already talked about the importance of this combination of different actors for the security of religious sites. In your project, I think this is the same in Prosperous. But I would like to stress it more. But in our project, we have 18 partners at the same time, and we create some kind of community of experts, of academic individuals, of knowledge providers and training providers, as well as novel technologies providers. And also we cooperate within this consortium with law enforcement agencies, police units responsible for protection of public places and of religious sites. As well, we have representatives of various faith-based institutions. They were just from the consortium, but also we invited other institutions outside the consortium to work with us. So those community worked in very open manner for preparing the system, but also to find the method how to make it in practice. I mean, how to introduce it in practice to be applicable for various situations, various conditions for large gatherings, large communities, but also for small closed one. And I must say that this was very, very, very efficient and open manner exchange of ideas, of concepts, but also of challenges that should be met to reach this goal. And finally, we have some results ready to be introduced, and we start the process of introducing this by the trainings, by the exercises. So the project is still ongoing. We have 6 months still. We're closing on November. And the other level of cooperation was the cooperation with the other relevant projects. We're cooperating with the projects of the same call, like Prosecute Protector, SOAR, SASKI, Shield, and also with the new funded on Shrines to find a common solutions, and also to try not to overlap the activities. It's not easy because we all have very ambitious goals in our projects. A lot of measures were developed, but we are trying to make something additional to them, and I hope that those are quite successful. And also, we cooperated with other projects related to public protection, especially focused on CBRN threats, as our university is focusing on this type of threats. So we cooperating with Horizon 2020 projects on the novel detection technologies of the threats and also reaction procedures, and also other projects for different types of public places to have them protected against the CBRN attacks. They are about protection system for large shopping malls, but also football stadiums or sport facilities. And we just starting the new project about the hotels and conference centers. And when we started the project, we also cooperated with the past relevant projects from Horizon 2020 and the ISFP, like Driver Plus or the Protect project, or also CBRN Manager, to take the developments of the project to be used in our project and adjusted to the needs of this specific places of worship. So in general, it must be said that our project is built on some development of the previous projects and also of the current one, and we're trying to be complementary with the rest of the project, which are aiming at the same goal. So I think, and also our other project, we created a community with a large base of the knowledge, of the skills, of measures, and I think that it's very important to find a ways to continue our activity in order to bring the change in the level of the security of the places of worship and to make it more safer for all worshippers of all faiths.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you. Definitely, it's so important to establish these kind of collaborations. I'd like now to open the floor to the audience and give you the chance to ask any of the panelists any questions or make any comments that might have come to you while listening to any one of our speakers. Please. Yes. So far, nobody.
Very interesting stories, very diverse experiences. And I was wondering, is there a place, like a common platform, maybe Tamara can answer that to give the answer, where all these agencies that are involved in this particular field share experiences, not necessarily for collaboration, because that becomes very difficult for many organizations to collaborate, but just sharing the experiences, I think, is very important to kind of give food for thought for everybody involved to maybe solve problems. Kind of like a common platform where everybody can, like a Facebook for this kind of thing.
Eurobook.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
Well, for a physical or an online platform, I could refer you to my colleagues in the policy unit, but I can tell you that us in the operational unit, in the funding unit, we try to connect, help you all connect, mostly online at the moment, although we organize, some of you attended a big event that we organized in September 2022 that gathered the projects of all the three funds, the Union Actions for AMIT, VNBI, and ISF. And this was already one physical opportunity for you to connect. And apart from that, every time we close a call and we select projects, I'm doing this right now with the new Protect. I think there's some, I haven't met them yet, but they're here, some of them. I'm trying to give them this platform for them to meet online, and maybe really encourage that you talk to each other and invite each other to your events, to your pilot exercises, to your trainings, so that you
can establish that communication. So we are facilitators. We're trying our best to help you connect. And that is the platform that I can tell you about from my the work that we do in my unit. And if there would be other opportunities to joining another forum, this I could contact my colleagues in the policy unit and get back to you on that. But for the current project, yeah, they are meeting soon online, and I think I would extend the invitation to the older projects for a later meeting. So this is how we try to help you connect and communicate and share views.
Perfect. As well as I had this discussion a few days ago with my dear colleague and partner Med from Saber, and he was actually suggesting somehow, and we're going to put this in our recommendations, I think, not only as Project Q, but the rest of the projects as well, to create a platform not only for communication, but to add there all the material that we created in order, first of all, to prevent any double work, and also to have all the material available for our users, for our communities, for the people who need it, all together. So like the platform that maybe the European Union can facilitate or someone else can facilitate, and then we put all the projects together with their material, with their deliverables, with the services that they provide, and then a user can enter this one platform and can connect with all the projects. I think that would be a great way to create not only network and communication, but also sustainability on the way we want to communicate our work towards people who may need it immediately or in a longer distance.
Absolutely. Yeah, although there is already the possibility for you to share your public deliverables, not only your website, but in the portal. So this is, but I understand it's not very straightforward. You need to really look for the project. So a more comprehensive platform just for the project, for example, which I understand what you would need. It's something that we could explore, and I would be happy to really do that. So it's good feedback on it.
Great.
Definitely. I think it's a great idea to sustain the networks that have been built so far. It would be a shame for them to just end once the projects end. Any other comments or questions from the audience? Yes, please, you at the back. We'll just bring a microphone so we can hear you better.
Thank you. It's a fascinating presentation and a very worthy concept. I'm wondering, in your approach, how do you address the issues that arise, security issues that arise when multiple faiths claim the same site as part of their religious heritage? Given that this is about securing religious heritage, what if each one wants a site for itself?
Is that a question directed to specific panelists?
Specific panel.
So we'll keep it open. Who would like to answer that?
I think I'll kick off from Protector. I think what we decided straight away with our particular project, and it was probably a crazy concept from everybody in the Protector project, but we decided to throw everything at it. That we said we'd do some training, some strategy, we'd build some artificial intelligence tools, but the whole purpose of our approach that it would be multi-faith. And it was interesting when we started to have a look at places of worship, sites of religious significance, because then we also understood, well, actually, they will also include religious faith-based schools and museums. Then obviously from time to time, certain public places that resonate with different faiths for a particular reason also become that site, become a place of worship. It may be temporary while those people are gathered there. But what we try to do, we try to take a lot of the politics out and simply put it in, okay, well, let's just make this personal. Well, what do you mean by that? Well, what we mean by that is actually, no matter what your faith, if your friends in your family are attending that place, how do we best keep them safe? How do we best keep their journey to that location safe? How do we allow them to practice their fundamental human rights and religious freedom? and exercise their faith and worship while they're there, and also when they leave. How do we then best protect and safeguard their journeys home? So it maybe doesn't answer your question directly in terms of conflict over who owns what. But actually our view was simply to overlay a measure of safety and security measures across that whole piece.
Yes, Eduardo.
Yes, thank you for your question. It's really interesting. And I was thinking about what I said before about manipulation. Because first I was not able to express clearly my concept about the two guys that had carried on the attack in France. They, as far as I have understood, they were not trying to kill Christians, but to protect the Muslims. So they had the perception of the need of protection from another religion. So in Shield, we are easily cooperating together, Christian, Muslims, and Jewish, without any kind of problem. So if there is a spot, a place in which there is different religion that are, that have to cooperate together for the protection, that kind of cooperation is possible because there is a willing of the different religions to cooperate together. The problem is the extremism. The extremism is working on fear because a terrorist, I mean a leader, not the operator on the ground, but the leader, is trying to spread the fear through actions, not in order to get division between people of its own faith. I mean, if I am a terrorist, I try to, and I have a point of view that is very extreme. I try to show to the persons that are similar to me but that are not a terrorist, as an example, Christians, that they have to be scared about Muslims, just to give an idea. So what I'm going to do, I do an attack against Muslims, and I hope that there is some kind of revenge of Muslims against Christians. So I will get more followers between the Christians. So the problem again is to interrupt the extreme dialogue, the extreme communication of the manipulator or of the leader in regard of people that perhaps at the beginning were not extreme. This is not related to the religion. It's just related to the approach of the single person. So if we put together people that have not extreme point of view, it's relatively easy to make them cooperate for the protection of the same place. I learned a lot from Muslim and from Jewish security managers in this project. But what we have to protect all together against is from the people that are extremizing the views. I mean, a terrorist is able to extremize a political ideology as a religious perception of a person. You always find a way to create divisions. I will be able to give you my point of view.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, so just quickly, because I know we're out of time now, but just on that specific question, there was an institution that we engaged in Belgium, which was multi-faith in terms of the actual, there was one building which was used for, I think obviously in terms of the question was asked, it was used for Christians were praying there, and so were Muslims.
Yes.
In terms of it was like a mosque and a church at different times. And I think Andrew made a good point in regards to the schools. So Muslims have supplementary schools, and I know obviously Christians do as well. So this building was one building that was used for different activities at different times. Obviously we did a risk assessment of the building, and I think just in how you protect one institution, it's not common. I mean, it's the only institution that we found in the 50 risk assessments that we've done, which was one building used by two different faiths. But again, I think there's two aspects here. I think there's one is around security, regardless of who is using the building. There's common security measures that are universal in terms of the protection, fire exits, CCTV, etc. However, obviously, and the other aspect to it, which is obviously counters it a little bit, is that obviously different faiths have different vulnerabilities as well, due to the nature of the way that the buildings are used. So Muslims obviously praying 5 times a day in congregation, obviously Christians obviously Sundays, a little bit different. So those flexibilities I think also need to be considered when engaging with it, whereas one building used by 2 different faiths. But as I said, it was only one example in 50 that we found where there was one building used by 2 faiths. But just to
Great. Thank you so much for your contributions. I hope that helped answer your question. There is another question. We'll take one final question, then we'll have to end the panel. Yes, Vanilda? Yes.
Yes, good morning. My name is Maria Giatos. I'm a member and employee Center for Innovation. My background is law and criminal law. I don't say it just to show off, but it has to do with my question basically to Mr. Mattiello, if I say that correctly. Where are the limits of extremism? Where does extremism start? And I mentioned criminal law because you don't have to be a lawyer to understand, I mean, all of us, but there is a thin line between intellectual persecution and persecution against actions. So if a leader has not committed a terrorist attack, he's not even alleged of promoting violence, but he is spreading hate around in a very, very organized way. That's one example. On the other side, there's another example. I would like your opinion on that. Doesn't extremism have a close connection to political hate speech? I put a provocative question, and I know it's a debate-based, but I just put the question. When an organized political far-right party, for example, in Cyprus or in Greece, say, throw the migrants in the sea because they're Muslims and they don't belong to our culture, and they came to alienate our culture, is this extremism? Thank you.
Thank you, Vangelis.
Just shortly, because we're running out
Yes,
of time.
we are running out of time. Please, if you can address that question, and then we'll have to end the panel. Yeah.
Okay, thank you for your question. Related to what is terrorism and what is not terrorism. Okay, it depends on the country, and at the end of the game, we have a say in Italy, and I don't think it's just in Italy only. That is, you can have when you are in war and you find the partisans for you of another country, they for you are terrorists, and for that country they actually don't fight. What I want to say, the terrorism is a matter of definition. There are acts that are performed in war that obviously are extreme as terrorism. When you bomb a city, You know, you are bombing perhaps a specific target, military target, but you can also set the risk to kill civilians. So this is not a terrorism. This is war. But I don't think that for the victims it makes so huge difference. About what is contributing to terrorism and extremism. Any kind of aspect of human behavior can contribute to extremism. Any kind of aspect of human behavior can stop extremism. Okay? Obviously, hate speech in some way help, but if I kill a person, I cannot go in front of the judge and say, okay, I killed him because that guy had told me that he was a bad guy, because the judge asked me, are you able to understand what I'm doing, what you are doing? Yes, of course. So, why did you do that? Okay, because there is not a direct relation. Any person is able to decide of its own action. And the line, I perfectly understand your position. I want to see that the line is not fixed. It's always changing line. I mean the line between helping terrorism, not helping terrorism, creating extremism, not creating extremism, okay, and the extremism itself. It's a line that changes every time, changes about situations, about regulations, and mainly about morality, moral sense of the person. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Eduardo. Thank you to our speakers. Just a quick sum of what we touched upon. We talked about the importance of multi-agency work. We talked about the importance of delivering tools like documentaries, smartphone applications for sustainability of such projects, the importance of collaborations, of maintaining these networks even after the end of the project. Thank you all for your contributions and to the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Federico Tommaso, for the amazing performance. Now we're going to go to the workshop section. I would like for you to check your badges and see the color of your workshop. Workshop 1 is here in this venue, and workshop 2 and 3 are opposite on the Kude Institute. We have our volunteers, workshop 2 and workshop 3. Please follow them in order to initiate our workshops shortly. Thank you very much. The people for workshop 1, they stay here. Okay. Workshop 3 is leaving now. Please follow Dora holding the sign because we have to start immediately. Workshop 3 departs now. Thank you. People from workshop 1 should just stay in their seats, please, because we're starting right now. Thank you. Please
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. Welcome to our session, our first workshop, or workshop one. If you haven't got the right colour on the back, you've got to go. Go stand on the other side. But don't turn right when you have to turn left. Don't turn right, because otherwise you make some hours before we get you back to the United Nations and the Turkish occupied zone. So welcome to our workshop. I am very lucky to have the honour to introduce this. My name is Meg Hughes. I'm one of the directors of SAHA. I'm a former police officer in the United Kingdom. Our focus in this workshop is not necessarily thought about how the police do this, how the police do that, because the focus is all about collaboration, cooperation, and delivering work together. And in the first session, we heard about all the different projects have worked together in different agencies. And this then is how we take our work into the wider communities, how we work with the public, with other stakeholders, both at a local, and national, and international level. So the title of our workshop is Securing Our Blitzes of Workshop, Strengthening Multi-Stakeholder Cooperation and Policing Across the EU. And I didn't make that up. we had a collaborative session, myself and Rafael, and I worked on them, and that was Rafael's work. So this is not Estonian. I work with an Estonian company or British, but this is a pan-European idea. Thank you. Thank you, Anastasia. You're in there. Anastasia is our rapporteur, and she will capture the essence of this from the feedback session. And I have another volunteer who will be managing any online questions. Can you raise your hand for me? Forgive me, I don't know your name. Alexandra will sort somebody out. Will you? Okay, but if people have questions, please go. Now, we're going to have a question and answer session, so to help the people, the participants do this, we obviously questions in the actual session. But first one, we have Philippe from the Antwerp Police, focusing on a recent exercise in the use of prosecute protected derived concepts, which is not so good. Now we wait for the
Hello everyone, I'm Jen for the Antwerp Police Department. Exercise. So next slide, please. Okay, first a little introduction in the Antwerp Police Department. There are around 500,000 inhabitants in Antwerp of 177 nationalities, so a multicultural city. We are the largest local police form in Belgium. Next to the local police, there's also the federal police department. The vision of the Antwerp Police goes as follows. Antwerp Police is always, everywhere, and progressively involved in our city, mediating where it can be done and deciding where it has to be done. Our priorities are defined by the National Security Plan of Belgium, but more especially by the Local Security Plan of the Antwerp Police Department. One of the priorities within this plan is combating terrorism-related crimes and protecting our inhabitants for terrorism-related crimes and hate crime. So next slide, please. Thank you. There are some potential terrorist targets in our city, like the big port of Antwerp, the diamond sector, the historic city center with a lot of tourists visiting Antwerp every year, and a lot of places of worship as well. Next slide, please. Thank you. Concerning the places of worship, I already mentioned it's a multicultural city with a lot of different faith communities living close to each other in the city. We have especially a large Jewish community. The area in the city is called the Jewish Quarter, and there are more than 42 synagogues at the moment. Next to that, there are around 60 mosques in Antwerp, and I mention especially those two communities because they are most targeted of crimes in our city, more especially hate crimes. Next slide. Okay. Something about our engagement strategy with faith communities. We work with a single point of contact for every community within our police department. It are people with knowledge about religion and they recognize the potential targets. So very important is that there is a mutual trust built between the police and faith community. And we try to do that by regular meetings and a lot of dialogue with the communities. So sometimes it can be a challenge to be a police organization and work that close with the faith community, but it's very important to try to do it the best way possible. So next slide, please. The values of Protector to be innovative, strengthen the engagement strategy, and raising a general awareness about this really matches with values and the vision of the Antwerp Police Department. So we are very honored to be in the Protector project to strengthen our engagement strategy and work more close together with the faith communities. The next. We took the opportunity of Protector to organize our first responder terrorism exercise, which we do every 2 years in Antwerp, in a synagogue together with the Jewish community in Antwerp. So there was a scenario of 4 active shooters within the synagogue,
committing a far-right-inspired attack and making several victims. It was a multi-agency exercise, so there was participation of the police itself, of the medical services, the fire department, the city of Antwerp, and the Jewish community itself. It was with cooperation of the Shmira, which is the safety organization of the Jewish community, Hatzolo, which are the medical services of the Jewish community, and the Jewish people were also playing as background actors within the exercise, which made it a real setting for us. So now they will play, if everything goes right, an after movie of our exercise. It is in Dutch, but I think it will give you a general impression of the exercise.
Okay.
If possible, yeah.
Is this like the football? Do I get to add time on at the end for? I was going to bring they get 2 extra goals.
Can do the next slide. Okay, so some lessons learned of this exercise. It was really an opportunity to align police procedures with procedures of the faith community by working together in this exercise, and also with procedures of the other multi-agency participants in the exercise. The exercise shows us really the importance of our single point of contact, we can really use mutual trust for convincing the community to work together in this exercise. And last but not least, we saw the need for training as well in the police organization as in the faith community. So we can only advise other police departments to organize this kind of trainings. So this was it. I'd like to thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Fiona Fluss from the Antwerp Police for the opening presentation. Our second presentation is from the Swedish Police Authority, Daniel Jakobsen and Nina Linde from the SPA in Sweden. A recent live incident and how political and religious issues were resolved. Thank you.
Yeah. So so this is a case that was actually, it became part of the Protect project, but we actually thought that we were done when we kind of stumbled upon this. It's a case where we found that it didn't really depend on more physical security. So there was kind of another, we felt that it brought something new to our use cases. So next slide. So the case, it happened in the congregation of the Church of Sweden. So it's just some background. So the Church of Sweden was the state Church of Sweden until maybe 20 years ago when it was separated from the state. It's still the largest congregation with like 6 million members. And the church is elects members to, so we have a local, regional, and national advisory board. So we have elections every 4 years. And the last one was held in 2021. That is kind of the background to this story. And the Church of Sweden, of course, it provides a lot of different, both social and pastoral services. So next slide. So this is the church. It's kind of a recent church. It's from the 1960s, and it's in Gothenburg, the second largest city in Sweden. It's in an area that was kind of built after the war. That's why you have this architecture. And what happened is in December of 2020, so basically half a year before the election, a non-government agency had a refugee center in the parish home, and they had first there was one guy, one of the refugees that was kind of approached by someone who said he was a journalist and asked him a lot of questions, kind of confrontational. Later on, two guys proposing as high school students posed the same kind of questions to a member of the clergy. One of the advisory board, the local advisory board members, was also confronted. There was someone called her, asking the same questions. And lastly, the vicar was also approached by someone that was actually stated that he was part of the far-right party in Sweden. So next slide. So all these interviews turned out, of course, to be members of this same party, and they wanted to use this as part of their campaign for the election coming on in August, I think it was. So in Sweden, I mean, the Church of Sweden is kind of seen to be a promoter of left-wing issues, LGBTQI questions, and they feel that the church is not, they wanted to turn it into more of a nationalist church. So they saw all these events as propaganda for the upcoming election. And they, of course, after this happened, they received 1.26% of the votes, and they had 3 members elected into the National Advisory Board. But I'm going to hand over to Nina now for our.
Okay, so then you can change the. I'm Nina Linde, also a colleague of Daniel. Yeah, the aftermath. After these interviews, these interviewers were there. A lot of hateful comments were spread, of course, in social media and also in real life. They had a lot of phone calls from unknown persons, and they had to look through their own security measures to find out what they could do. So they took in a security company, and they found out that they had a lack of routines, especially and interviewers were approaching them, because if you don't know who the perpetrator is, it's difficult to do something about it. So now, if somebody is calling, they take their names and thoroughly find out if they are from the university mentioned. And also, they are not working alone in the same way as they were before. And the staff actually turned out to be more, invested in helping to build a better society, and took that as a more specific mission in the church after these happenings. Okay, change the picture, yeah. And also these kind of people, they know very well the legal limits, and they don't step over it. So it's difficult to find out how to manage them in a good way. And also this identity thing, if you don't know who they are, how can they report it? But how can you do something about it, really? And many times we met that in all the religious faith communities which we interviewed, that they see nearly always good in the people coming. And for example, the Swedish church, they really want to have an open door for anybody to enter at any time. So, of course, this is what we all want, but maybe also we need to think more about how we can secure that in the best way. Yeah, the next slide. So our recommendations of this is to develop this culture of security awareness. And we found that in the Protector project, it was great effort from both sides to take responsibility, both from the police side and the authority side, but also from the faith communities themselves, to understand what they can do to prevent events and to take care of their own security. So they also it's good to have developed protocols for how to reporting to the police, which kind of information is important for both sides. And who needs to know about an incident? Does there need to be a spokesperson? And can that spokesperson work trustfully with the police and all the authorities? And in this case, they also invented a kind of personal alarm thing for the people working in the church, because they had a lot of different social events. And they were still alone in one room, maybe, and the church was quite big, so good to have. And also the thing about training, how to prepare people for what can happen, even if you don't want it to happen. But still, the more you train your brain and your mind in thinking about things, you should not transfer fear to people. We talked about fear in the panel one here. And I think fear is a $1 billion industry today, but we need to prevent them, we need to prepare ourselves. And the best thing with this, as the representative of the Swedish police then, was that the church felt that when the police patrol were there, they really recognized their feelings, because that's important. We think we are rational beings, but the feelings has a big impact in people. Yeah, I think I'm done. Okay. Yeah, thanks.
So already we're seeing themes develop in different stages. So the first is an exercise to prepare for, sadly, too common historic terrorist attacks on places of worship. And then we've started exploring some of the 21st century ideas about how people are intimidated or threatened or made to feel insecure in their places of worship. And the definition of places of worship is wider than just simply where the act of worship takes place, but includes schools, it includes shelters for the homeless, anywhere where people of faith will congregate or come together in order to deliver their work. So our third presentation takes that to a slightly different dimension. And I'm grateful we've had Eugene O'Leary and Eileen Connolly from the Garda Síochána, the island's national police and security agency. And Eugene will take us through some policy changes that are designed to protect places of worship that have been informed by the Prosecute and Protect the project. Eugene.
Morning, folks. My name is Eugene O'Leary. I'm a sergeant on Garda Síochána. It's the Irish Police Force. We're a force of about 13,500, mainly unarmed. So we had got involved in this project a number of years ago, and a lot of the learnings from the project and what was developed during the project has provided us with a good insight and informs a project that we're developing in Ireland at the moment. Could I have this slide, please? Next slide. So we're the development of a counter-terrorism initiative, soft target protection. Back in 2015, 2016, 2017, we had major terrorist incidents in mainland Europe, France, the United Kingdom, and Belgium. And Garda Síochána said there was a need for some type of counter-terrorism initiative in Ireland. Fortunately, in Ireland, our threat level is moderate, which would be moderate to low. An attack is possible but unlikely. So we reviewed documentation and information from an EU-wide basis and from the United Kingdom, and it was decided we'd develop a counter-terrorism initiative similar to what is in the UK in relation to run, hide and tell. And that message, it was going to be a public message, and it would go to public-private sectors and the general public. I think the most important thing is that we needed to balance that message, because introducing this sort of initiative in Ireland, people ask questions and they'll say, why are we introducing this now? But I think it's important from a policing perspective and for the general public that we have some sort of initiative to deal with a terrorist incident. It could be a person with mental health issues or a lone attacker with some other causes. So it should cover those three areas. Next slide, please. So it'll involve engagement with first responders, ourselves on Garda Síochána, the fire and ambulance services, and private security as well. So the multi-stakeholder cooperation, we have developed a major emergency management plan. It was established in 2005. And it sets out common arrangements and structure for frontline public sector emergency management in Ireland. And it covers hazard identification, mitigation, preparedness, response, recovery. And the principal agencies are these 5 government departments: Housing, Health, Justice, Defence and Transport, and 3 principal response agencies, and Garda Síochána, the Health Service and the local authorities, which includes the Fire Service and Ambulance Service. And also we have the Defence Forces as well, who can come to our aid as an aid to the civil power. So the benefits of the initiative will provide learning to law enforcement and enhance our development of national counter-terrorism initiative for soft targets in Ireland. And it'll involve outreach to both public, private and public on the initiative, which will include perceived soft targets in areas of large congregations. So that would be public areas, it will be places, religious locations as well will be covered under that. So the benefits of the Protector project for our initiative, critical part of that was the operational briefing provided for law enforcement and for first responders, and also in relation to communication plans. So they'll underpin our police interactions with the religious faith communities, security practitioners, including the private sector, and other first responders. And the use of technologies developed during the Protector project as well, the 3 pilot programs, that provide us with guidance on the use of technologies and particularly in the use of artificial intelligence. So the next step for ourselves is to progress the counter-terrorism initiative. that progress is underway at the moment. Unfortunately, due to COVID and etc., things were put on hold. So by the Q2 of this year, the group will meet again and progress that initiative. Also, we'll be providing, on the Protector project, we'll be providing operational briefings for our crime prevention officers and for our ethnic liaison officers who liaise directly with the different faiths in Ireland. So that progress, that'll be progressed in June. And also operational briefing for private security and first responders on Protector as well. That will be done over the course of between now and the end of the year. Private security in a lot of cases are the first responders to any type of incident, mainly in public spaces, and they alert the response. Then they should have a response, and that should inform the Garda or the police response to any incident. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Eugene. Okay, and now to take those ideas and look at them from a slightly different perspective, I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Rafał Barkowski, who is from the University of Lodz and is a former police colonel. And he will talk about proposals to improve local collaboration and a strategic vision for Europol, which is drawn from multiple projects, including Prosperous. Rafał.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. This is a privilege for me to represent Prosperous during this session. And I'd like to share with you a few things. I hope it will be interesting for you. Can we move to the next slide? So this is the brief information about projects running by University of Łódź. I'd like to underline Prosperous, which University of Łódź have a leading position, and Shrines. We are a partner in these two projects dedicated directly to the religious communities. Next slide, please. So we have to be aware about the general situation on terrorism in European Union. So I'd like to underline just that we can observe significant decrease of this threat, but we have to be aware about lone actors acting in public places, and this is the most dangerous situation still in Europe. Next slide, please. A few words about security environment in European Union in connection with strategies, provisions, and guidelines regarding public places and religious communities. I'd like to stress that not only strategies are important, but let's be aware about projects, our projects, and some guidebooks, guidelines, which will be really useful for religious communities and in activities connected with securing places of worship. For example, DG Home quick guide on strengthening security of places of worship, or Prosperous guidebook you can find in our webpage, and others which can be really important when we are talking about protection of religious sites. Let's move on to the next slide, please. So a few years ago, I was a member of management board at Europol, and I'd like to share my opinion about this organization and police agencies in European Union. Of course, this is a really important agency in Europe, in European Union, with many successes, when we are talking about organized crime, terrorism, and so on. But if we are observing the situation in this kind of organization and networks, you can find some abbreviation connected with networks in European Union. There is a lack, from my point of view, the lack of platform of cooperation with uniform police. When we are talking about community policing, patrolling, intervention, and being a first responders, there is no platform and no discussion in European Union how to share best practices, how to share knowledge. And my perspective is that we have to establish this kind of platform, this kind of network to better secure places of worship, public places, and so on. Let's move on to the next slide, please. You can find some, I hope so, some useful materials in our guidebook, starting from recommendation how to cooperate with multi-stakeholders, law enforcement in a local environment, through the recommendation connected with new technologies, new security technologies, and afterwards you can find some communication protocols and useful documents how to better secure your places of worship. Next slide, please. And this is the last information, the last picture. If you allow me a few words about my visions, let's say, maybe it will be interesting to start our discussion. So first of all, the proactivity, it is the most important issue, not only for law enforcement, but for NGOs and communities, religious communities as well. The readiness for the cooperation is the crucial issue when we are talking about proper securing of the places of worship. Then implementation of new security technologies. Sometimes we can observe places of worship, temples, without any technological support in protection of these places. So it can be really, useful and effective to use some kind of technological support. Analytical tools. Sometimes it can be very, simple issues like vulnerability assessment tool like given by Prosperous Project and proposed by the Prosperous Project to the religious communities. And I think that we can start discussion about EU platforms because we can observe many projects connected with religious places. So let's start discussion how to gather this information and these people, these experts, and we can start, preparation of EU platform for protection religious places. Then the role of police as an inspirer, supporter, and creator the security in the local environment. It can be so simple, but when we come to the activities, real activities, sometimes it is tough. And in the end, when we want to think ahead the hybrid threats, we have to establish community with kind of asymmetric activities, with multi-stakeholders and many activities, not only given by law enforcement, but by the community as well. Thank you very much. Thank you, colleagues.
Well, I'd like to thank my colleagues for their discipline in giving the presentations as they were requested in time to allow time for you and others to speak. Now, you'll notice that somebody hasn't spoken yet. We're very grateful. We have Chrysostomos from the local counterterrorism unit of the Cyprus Police, and he'll be part of the panel to answer any questions or points raised. And we have Vangelis, I've been told. Vangelis, put your hand up for me. Thank you. Managing the online questions. So I think we're ready to go with any questions that people may have for you. So we'll start with the audience. And we have a microphone, I think, to put out because we're recording everything. Does anybody in the audience here have questions?
Here's one.
Okay, we've got one on my left. Thank you. And then we'll come back to you, Dave. Please, sir, who are you? Try again. I think it takes a second to catch up. Well, obviously the technical people didn't want you to speak. Here comes another microphone. Excuse me. Can you swap mics? There we go. perfect, sir.
Much better. Okay, good morning. Somebody has to start, so I think it's my role at the moment. My name is in Technology Assessment and Project. Well, but my question is rather general. I mean, it's addressed to all of our honorable panelists. And I would like to ask you, how do you think the possibilities to do something with the existing manners of cooperating with this, between the stakeholders of the activities concerned with our social security? What I mean, a few years ago, I was able to participate in the exercises of the Polish services. In the case, it was certainly created as a problem, the terrorist attack in the airport. What was the general conclusion from these exercises? The problems with the communication between the participants of the common activities. Well, it's evident because all of the representatives of the services thought the same. Our set of data is very sensitive, therefore we need a legal platform to share the data.
Okay.
So this is my question. How do you think, was the Norbert Wiener right saying that to live, it means to process the information? Because I think the effective cooperation should be based, first of all, on the effectiveness of the sharing the information, certainly protecting the information at the same time. I think the problem is difficult, but I would be very grateful if you could comment my statement. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for that. The question is revolving around whether we are able, with sensitive information, to communicate effectively between agencies and the public. I wonder what my policing colleagues, perhaps in Sweden and in Antwerp, think about that situation. Is it an actual barrier to communication at the moment?
Well, this is a question that's been talked about a lot in Sweden, about the information sharing, especially between the police and social services and things like that. And there seems to be either or both answer to that question. It seems like for the people that do actually share information, they seem to be able to work around what the law says. But for people that don't really share, they see this, the legal. They only see the way that the law stops them from sharing. So I think what it comes down to is basically the will to share and the will to be able to see what the other one needs, because oftentimes you might not even need the more sensitive stuff to do your job, and so you have to really pool your resources and see what you can do together instead of just looking for more information, I guess. Do you have anything to add to that?
No, I mean, it's a sensitive area, of course, but without proper information, how can we cooperate? So I think everybody wants it, but at the same time, everybody are a bit cautious about it. So I don't know how to solve it, and I know it's a lively debate in many countries and in many organizations, many authorities about this. But these kind of cooperations open up, because I think all cooperation is around relationships. It doesn't mean you should break the law, but it's easier to speak when you know somebody more personal. That's the only thing I can think about to add.
Thank you. Organizational policing culture varies enormously across Europe. Christoph Thomas, what do you think?
First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I'm Christos Thomas. I work for the Counterterrorism Office of the last 15 years. I want to share with you what do we do in Cyprus. In Cyprus, we are a small country, so sharing of sensitive information is more easy. In our counter-terrorism strategy, within our strategy, we have created
a network of contact points under the pillar of prevention of radicalization, that is a multi-agency approach. We have created a network of contact points from all involving services or ministries. So we have personal interaction with all of these contact points. And when we want to share an information, we are doing it on the basis of our counterterrorism strategy and on a personal level, because we know each other very well. And also we have the contact points. We have some meetings annually in order to know each other. So because we are a small country and we don't have so much different services involving in this in the counter-terrorism effort, it's more easy to share information, especially when there is indications that there is a threat.
Thank you, Christos.
Christos, you were explaining earlier on that your actual counter-terrorism unit is not hugely staffed, so that sharing of information is vitally important to be able to bring the resources together. So yes, it's very vital, because we have to share information with other agencies in order to make our job. Okay, Rafa, what's the bigger picture?
Well, just 3 points, colleagues. I think that everything is starting from a readiness to cooperate and mutual trust. This is the first idea from my side. But the second one is connected with this, that this is an obligation of law enforcement to share this information, to secure people, to secure places of worship. And the question is how? Which part of this information can be directly given to the community? And I think this is the crucial area. But I'd like to point out another thing. Sometimes law enforcement isn't ready to get really a good picture of open sources and information from internet, and sometimes it can be a real threat. And we have to work on this issue, how to be ready to gather all of information and analyze them. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ram. Originally, I was going to act from the Dutch perspective. We okay? We covered it.
I agree with what the Swedish police was already saying. It's, building that mutual trust. And I think on the counter-terrorism report with our units, we have the information officer who goes to platforms for speaking about the counter-terrorism approach. And there is special law made for sharing the information. So that helps if you know that, you're supported by the law. So it is a challenge, but I think if there is mutual trust and it is a two-direction trust, it can work.
Okay, I'll finish with you, Jim, because perhaps your closest collaborators in terms of policing are now outside the European Union, you're still inside the European Union. Has it made any difference to your sharing of information?
No, I think there's still a lot of sharing of information. There's still a lot of sharing of information. There's common platforms across the EU on how police forces exchange information. I think the most important thing is relationship and trust, as Lena has said, at a local level and at national levels as well, and sharing information. And because it's important that organizations are able to respond to an incident cohesively together. Like police forces are one aspect of it, but the community as well needs to be able to respond and have the information to assist law enforcement in that response.
It's a complex issue. Thank you for the question. So it's something that is core to all these projects. Sven, I think you've got a question. And then I'm going to take Vangelis. I understand we've already got a question in online. Is that right? Yes. Thank you. Sven.
Sure, thank you. So I'll try to keep it brief. I have one question, I guess, for everybody. Maybe for Nina and Daniel in particular. So if I remember well, you said in your presentation that one of the issues that might contribute or lead to violence is that incendiary comments are made online and offline. But oftentimes, those that make such comments are very well aware of what the boundaries of the law are. So they do not engage in any illegal activities, but yet they sort of lay the ground for those, for the attacks that might be carried out later. So my question is there anything law enforcement agencies can do about this? To, for example, can they talk about open source intelligence? That's very important, I believe. Yeah. Can such statements, if they are made online, be monitored? Their data protection issues, of course, we don't want to run into things like that. There are awareness raising activities that LEAs may or may not engage in, but other government agents or other government agencies might carry it out just to make sure that everybody is well aware of what such comments might cause and things like that. So, put in a nutshell, what can we do, what can law enforcement agencies do about comments, statements that might lead directly or indirectly to violence or contribute to violence, even though such comments are not illegal as such?
All right, it's a fine line to tread. Fine line to tread, isn't it? Between safeguarding human rights, safeguarding freedom of speech, and actually acting on things that are likely to provoke us and hate speech.
I agree with you, Raphael. Yeah. That the police need more tools to listen to what society has to say. And of course, we always have limited resources, things like that. But when we talk about prevention, I think police might go deeper. These are a bit of my personal my personal approach to this. I also studied in Ireland, for example, restorative practices. I believe in these kind of dialogues where everybody can have a say, as we talked about in panel 1. I think that's very important. And it's not, how to say, you can speak with people about many different issues, but sometimes we are all afraid of being connected with those with extreme approaches. But if we never meet them and argument in a healthy way with them in peaceful means, how can they try themselves out and how can we try ourselves out? We are talking about who is a terrorist and who is not a terrorist. So I think here lies a lot of interesting things that we need to have a deeper approach to. This is my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you. Does anyone else want to offer an opinion on this?
So, yeah, I can just. In Sweden, I think that is seen as one of the big threats that, according to the police or the Swedish Secret Service, that you have this. You have these ideologues or people that promote these messages, but they don't step out of the line. Don't step over the line, and then you have people that act on what they're saying. And I think that we have to be aware of what's going on the internet, and I think that we can also be better to kind of know what kind of messages will create this diversion or can create threats, because it's often a few sore points, or there's a few messages that always kind of gets attention. But I also think that one thing you can do is that you kind of instead of reaching out for extremists, I think they can also try to create, to get the people, say, in the middle, the ones that they don't have extreme points of view, but kind of to kind of vaccinate them in a way, to talk to them, to make them share and see all the things that they have in common. And that I hope, will make them less responsive to those more extreme messages if they already know someone from, this other group or whatever.
Okay. So we've got an online question.
Actually, it's not exactly a question, but for transparency reasons, we have to transfer to you. Someone has recited an excerpt from the Quran. We have asked what is the relation of to whom it is addressed. We haven't received any answer yet. If we get, we will let you know.
Okay, thank you very much. Any questions that do come in online, we've agreed that somehow we'll review the material afterwards and respond to it. If it's in Arabic, I shall look to my wife to help me with the translation and a response to the Quranic message of what I'm sure is good luck in our work. Dave, you had a question earlier on. Now, I know it's been a couple of minutes since you thought about the question. Can you still remember it?
Good afternoon, everybody. Dave Fortune from Sahel. We have discussed the value of community intelligence for Europol and where they see that and how that is placed on. But I think one part of what we're all saying here is working in partnership with communities, working in partnership with other agencies is actually, sounds very simple, but is not simple in practice. What we haven't touched on yet is the role of training in terms of CEPOL and law enforcement and how they value training law enforcement officers to work closer in partnership with communities, work closer in partnership with those agencies, those public sector, private sector bodies that are all working together with the same vision. So I just wonder whether any projects have engaged with CEPOL and training operatives such as that to enhance those skills of the practitioners working in this field. Thank you.
I guess, I don't know, Rafa, would you like to lead on the response to that? Are you aware of any major issues with CEPOL and perhaps even Europol, of course, if you allow me? So, very briefly, I really just want to underline the role of CEPOL. Maybe there was no discussion about this issue, but I know some projects, some material. For example, we can get some online training prepared by CEPOL regarding radicalization awareness. So it can be really useful not only for law enforcement but for other communities. But my perspective presented during my short speech was connected with uniformed police, because I'm pretty sure that there is no platform to share information. For example, how to conduct patrolling or searching people, or intervening if something is connected with terrorism in religious places. Maybe it isn't so important because these are basic knowledge for police officer. But if I want to share information and develop the skills in, for example, in Poland and Polish police. So I think we have to discuss these issues. Okay, so those are all. So I think as we sort of move towards the end of our allotted time, we've got time for me to ask a question of all our protagonists, which is, if you were to go back and start this project again, what is one aspect of it that you would do differently? How could you improve the project over the way that it has been delivered now? I should start, Eugene, looking back on your involvement there, okay, what went wrong?
I was just about to say that. I think COVID made a huge issue to the project. From our perspective, Ireland as a country, we have very little reports of incidents of hate crime and terrorist incidents. I know we terrorist incidents for legacy issues going back to the 70s and before that. But I suppose from my perspective, we have good rapport with all the religious communities. Our ethnic liaison officers have that. And I think a lot of that is learning on the job as well, and learning practices of each religious faith and how you approach them. And I think that's done through experience. And from our perspective and from the religious faith's perspective, those liaison officers are a bridge between the police force and those communities, and it works very well. Okay. But as part of the project, I couldn't fault the project in any way. I think it was very focused.
Is the right answer.
It is, yes.
But if people are to learn from this project, we need to help them by understanding not just the glossy picture of what well, but Daniel, What could you have improved in the way you delivered the project?
I was just trying to come up with an answer right now, so this is.
I know.
Yeah. So I think that the Swedish police force is kind of decentralized. It's supposed to work from the bottom up. So you have districts doing. Neighboring districts might have different approaches, and that goes for how they engage with civil society and different religious communities as well. So I think that one of the things that we could have done, we could have been try to include more members from the different districts to have them as. We did set up an advisory board, but maybe we should have had more community police officers from various parts of Sweden involved from the very beginning.
Okay, thank you. Fine, what about Antwerp? I mean, you're running an actual exercise. What actually? Because I've done operational debriefs a few times, and we all want to bury the mistakes. But what actually didn't work then well that night? Because that's what we learned. What did we learn from it?
I think the exercise was a great opportunity, and maybe use Protector project to strengthen our relationship with communities. We have already a relationship, so that's the reason that we could do the exercise in the synagogue, because we already had a good contact with that synagogue. So maybe if I could do it again, I would maybe a little bit more instead focus on creating new relationships within other communities that we are not already that involved in. So maybe that would be a point for the future. And I think the training sessions that come out of Protector can be a way to go to other communities where we are not already have that relationship.
And to give them something.
Yes.
Yeah, so actually you're bringing a gift, aren't
Yes.
you? You're giving an opportunity to do something. Nina, so we've heard his idea. What do you, now you talk straight, so what would you have done differently?
What I like most about this project is that I think it was Dave said that, or was it Andy, that it was a multi-faith approach, because they all have a very important role in society for the different communities that they are supporting. And we are all human beings, and there is something very human basics about religion. And they follow people from the cradle to the grave. And if we all could have those with us as authorities, in crisis management, for example, the Swedish church, for example, they have a traditional role as a crisis manager. And they took on that role, I mean, maybe themselves. They have a security plan and they have everything. And if we could engage all of these different faith communities and build trustful relationships with them in the same way, I would like to do that.
Okay, thank you. Rafa, you've been in a lot of projects. Did all go well?
Just two things. In the next projects, we have to more focus from the very beginning of awareness of threats, awareness of current situation, and awareness how we can develop, not we, but religious community, how they can develop the protection of their premises, their facilities from the very beginning, and I think it can work. And the second thing, many activities, human activities, changing from analog to digital, and in future projects, we have to focus on digital sphere, and I think it is really important.
Excellent, thank you. I'm going to finish with Chrysostomos. As an operational officer working now, you can ignore that, that's to tell me. Remember when you were at school and the bell went off and the teacher said, that's to tell me when the lesson ends. That's all right. You get into extra time, so, and then it's a penalty shooter. Okay. But as an operational officer, give me one thing you want these projects to deliver for you in your work on the streets. One thing. Maybe some trainings concerning not only police officers, first line practitioners for all the involved organizations, concerning the prevention of terrorism in general. Okay, so we've got what went wrong, what we could do better, some good ideas about how we can make projects on the ground more effective, and a vision for the way forward as to some of the products that we could be working on that we'll be explaining to your colleagues. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes workshop 1. I'd like to thank you for your attention. I thank you for not heckling, and I'd like your applause for our panel. Thank you very much. Well done, folks.
Thank you to all the speakers and contributors. Thank you, Matt, for facilitating this beautiful workshop. Now we're going to be having our 20-minute break. You can take your coffee, your drink, your finger foods, and we'll see you in 20 minutes here for another surprise. Thank you. Hello, everyone. Please come back to your seats as we're going to start immediately the next session. Thank you very much. You can take your coffees with you.
So, hello everybody. I am Namadama, and I'm a performance artist. And for the past year, I've been exploring the Cypriot traditional sound and music, which lives in my roots as well as a Cypriot artist. And I'm trying to combine new modern elements with traditional elements that live in the Cypriot history and in our roots. So the next song is called my song now. I'm going to play is called Aeras, which is wind, and I wrote it in Cypriot Greek. It's one of my first Cypriot songs that I wrote, and it's about the infinite freedom that we have when we are born as Homo sapiens. So thank you.
Of the three workshops after the video we'll watch. Thank you very much.
Good day, everyone. My name is Anastasia, and I am here to report the findings of the first workshop one, which presented the best practices, strategies, and tools for effective collaboration and synergies among European police forces, so as to best ensure our places of worship. During this workshop, we heard from different actors about their efforts to combat terrorism and protect their communities. Starting with the Antwerp Police Department, we learned about the potential terrorist targets in the city, such as the Port of Antwerp and other places of worship. They also emphasized the importance of regular meetings and dialogue with faith communities and the need for training to align police procedures with these communities. It is clear that they have identified potential targets for terrorism within the city, including the port, the Diamond District, historic city center, and the places of worship. With such diverse population and many faith communities represented, it is important that they have a strong engagement and strategy in a place to build mutual trust and maintain regular communication and dialogue. This includes the use of spokes, single point of contact, to facilitate this collaboration. The department also conducted a first responder terrorist exercise, which provided valuable lessons learned. A demonstration video was also shown during the workshop. This included the importance of aligning police procedures with faith communities and other agency participants, as well as the need for ongoing training to ensure that officers are equipped to handle such situations. Next, we had the Swedish Police Authority, which presented on the use of the far-right propaganda targeting the Church of Sweden. The Church of Sweden is the largest faith community in Sweden and has about 6 million members. The presentation highlighted how the far-right political party members interviewed the Church of Sweden to gather information to start a campaign. To gather information to start the campaign for the upcoming church election and the general elections in 2022. They believe the church was promoting left-wing, pro-immigration, and pro-LGBTQI values and wanted to transform it into a national church. The presentation discussed the aftermath, including hateful comments and threatening phone calls, and the challenging of solving such cases when the perpetrators are unknown. It recommended developing a culture of security awareness routines that enhance security and a system of crisis management. This was followed by a presentation by Ireland's National Police and Security Service about their development of a counter-terrorism initiative for soft target protection in response to the threat level in the country. The initiative will involve engagement with first responders, including Angarda Sojana, fire and ambulance services, and private security, as well as outreach to both the public and private sectors. They discussed the need for engagement with first responders and outreach to both the public and private sectors. The presentation also highlighted the benefits of the Protector system for enhancing their national counter-terrorism initiative and their efforts to develop operational briefings for private security and first responders. Next, we heard from a former police colonel currently at the University of Łódź in Poland. The representative started with briefly presenting some projects focused on public spaces protection. He then gave a general overview of the current situation with regards to religious hate crime, stating that there has been significant increase of this trend, mentioning the EU terrorism situation and trend report for 2022. The speaker gave an overview of the security ecosystem in the EU. He stressed the fact that not only strategies are important, but also project-based initiatives as well, and the materials developed within the context of such projects, such as guidebooks, as these are useful for the religious communities, giving the example of the DG Homes Guidebook, the Prosperous Guidebook, and others. The speaker continued with emphasizing the Europol is an important agency in the EU when talking about organized crime and terrorism. There is a lack of platform of cooperation with uniform police, and this prevents the implementation of a discussion in the EU on how to share best practices and knowledge. He stressed the need to establish this kind of network to secure places of worship and exchange knowledge and best practices. The final points concern the need for proactivity that is crucial for all involved entities, readiness for properly securing of places of worship, and the implementation of new security technologies in order to achieve the digitalization of security. During the QA session, the issue of sensitive information being a barrier for communication and cooperation was raised. The representative from the Cyprus police explained that their counter-terrorism strategy includes a network of contact points from all involved services and ministries, and they share information based on personal interaction and the strategy. The speaker from the University of Łódź highlighted the importance of readiness and mutual trust for law enforcement to gather information from the community. The issue of hateful comments offline and online and the boundaries of the law were also discussed in the QA session. The Swedish representative emphasized the importance of proper tools and dialogues with all parties involved. Finally, the value of community intelligence for Europol was highlighted, along with the need to enhance the skills of practitioners working in this field. Overall, these presentations provided valuable insights into the challenges faced by law enforcement agencies in combating terrorism and protecting their communities. They also highlighted the importance of community engagement and dialogue with religious organizations in preventing terrorism. It is crucial that we continue to work together to develop effective strategies to keep our communities safe. Thank you for listening.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kira Gajbanaidu, and I will be reporting for workshop number 2, titled Protecting Places of Worship, Bringing Communities Together. So our workshop has produced some intriguing results which we'd like to share with you now. In order to build and promote inclusive and interfaith communities, it is key to start from another simplistic yet important step, dialogue at the grassroots local level. While perspectives on policy approaches may clash, the contributors are agreed to one basic principle: dialogue, collaboration, and interoperability between multiple stakeholders in the communities has agreed to be an invaluable asset in order to improve the communities that we live in. A multi-stakeholder effort with a focus at the local level needs to be upheld, cultivated, and reinforced in order to create communities where various religions can coexist. There were 5 main themes that were brought up during our workshop. First, citizenship. An alternative approach to promote coexistence and safety of multiple religions in our communities is to put forward the concept of human dignity. By doing so, we approach coexistence through the concept of citizenship. Citizenship can be valuable as it can act as a common identity that's shared among all members of the community, despite their religious, ethnic, and other identities. Citizenship has the power to uphold the dignity of the people and respect towards each other. It was highlighted how active participation in citizenship by all can contribute to the maintenance and safety of the European community. The second theme was polarization. Polarization exists in multiple settings, and what it does, it's linked to exclusion of a part or group of the community. It is important that the multi-stakeholder approach at the local level can adopt approaches towards social cohesion to alleviate and prevent the effects of polarization. To avoid polarization in our communities, some kind of political recognition of our counterparts is required. Both escalation and de-escalation is the result of political will and choices. The third theme was identity politics. The identities we develop throughout our personal journeys shift how we are perceived and how we perceive others. Language is a core necessity to support the integration of newly arrived migrants in host countries. Language can act as a mechanism of inclusion. How we understand ourselves in relation to those around us is always mediated by being able to find ways to communicate our similarities and differences successfully. Fourth, education. Building one's identity in combination with education and religious dialogue, tolerance, and acceptance can promote inclusion and prevent extremism from developing in the community. A crucial point raised is that identity formation is not something static, but rather something that you can build throughout your life. For this reason, education is significant to shaping healthy communities. Fifth, local approaches. Cities, local regions are the first line respondents against extremism, disasters, and humanitarian crises. A case study from Poland was shared, highlighting how local multi-stakeholder approaches to prevent radicalization and extremism can be valuable. Bringing together local experts, representatives of multiple sectors, cultural institutes, police, CSOs, it can tremendously contribute to developing communities of empathy, inclusion, and solidarity. Prevention systems in place at the local level have shown to initiate a journey towards discovering less visible cultures and identities inside the community that we live, and redirecting prevention methods through workshops on diversity and inclusion, and through improving awareness about the multiple identities of the local community. During humanitarian crises and emergencies, it's local interventions that have tremendously contributed to welcoming and hosting refugees, providing support and relief during humanitarian crises, and that's why we need to continue our efforts to empower our communities. Thank you.
Hello everyone, my name is Emily Psara and I will give you an overview of the third workshop. The third workshop of the conference focused on practical tools, systems and services available to proactively secure places of worship. The presentations provided valuable insights into innovative initiatives that aim to enhance the protection of religious sites and communities. Mr. Cash presented the SOAR project, which focuses on security by design to empower faith communities to feel safe in places of worship without changing worship practices. The project has developed a network of institutional managers, architects, and security leads across Europe and launched the SOAR Security by Design app for places of worship across Europe, which is the first of its kind that allows people to better understand the security risks and solutions available to them to enhance their security and protect their buildings and communities. The next presenter, Dr. Thorsten, discussed the digital recording and archiving of religious heritage as a major protection and memorialization. Dr. Thorsten leads two projects, both aiming to document and preserve the rich religious heritage of Cyprus. The Religious Heritage of Cyprus project focuses on the historical and cultural significance of the sites that were left behind due to population movements and the division of the island. Meanwhile, the Cyprus Cemetery Mapping Project aims to document and record the cemeteries of religious communities present in Cyprus. These projects are important in preserving the island's cultural and historical heritage which promote understanding and respect for the island's diverse communities. Mr. Marcin introduced the Prosperous Project, which aims to improve the security of places of worship from terrorist threats while maintaining their openness. The project fosters collaboration among religious leaders, public services, and security professionals to create a holistic protection system. This system encompasses tools, templates, training, and educational materials and security measures that cover the entire emergency cycle. Dr. Elisa Ricci led the workshop and introduced the Protector Project, which has also been the class of the presentations. This initiative aims to enhance the safety of all places of worship by developing a new generation of integrated measures. The project unites academic institutions, private sector organizations, and law enforcement agencies in developing AI-based tools to improve situational awareness, operational decision-making, and investigating capabilities. These tools include visual intelligence, social media monitoring, and video surveillance that comply with GDPR and AI regulations. Visual intelligence tools are employed for anomaly detection, activity recognition, and object tracking. Social media monitoring automates online surveillance by gathering extensive textual data, supporting multiple languages, and identifying the spread of hate content in religious content. In the Trento pilot, data from Twitter was collected, and solutions for detecting online hate speech content and emotion trends were developed. In conclusion, these presentations highlighted the importance of collaborative efforts to ensure that places of worship remain secure and welcoming spaces for all. Initiatives such as the SWARP program, digital recording and archiving of religious heritage, the Prosperous Initiative, and the Protector Project provide valuable tools and systems to proactively secure places of worship. Finally, it has been pointed out that by utilizing these initiatives, stakeholders can work together to ensure the safety and security of these important community spaces. Thank you.
Prosperous protection system for large gatherings of people in religious sites. Religious sites are considered to be vulnerable to terrorist attacks due to their accessibility and limited security. In recent years, religious sites of different faiths were targeted by extremists. There is a growing concern about the security of such places, but a balance should be kept between security and preservation of the open nature of religious sites. Prosperous Project aims at increasing the level of protection in places of worship by forming a cooperation of scientists, security experts, and practitioners, public services, and faith-based institutions. The Prosperous covers prevention, protection, deterring and responding to various types of terrorist threats and incidents that may occur in religious places, including attacks with CBRN agents. The measures are composed of tailor-made templates, tools, recommendations of procedures and equipment, improvements in infrastructure according to security by design, and protocols of cooperation with public services. The implementation of the system is enhanced by modular training, including e-learning with VR and organising large-scale exercises, as well as wide security awareness raising campaign to contribute to strengthening the safety of the faithful to worship in peace.
now we will be moving to panel 2 with the title Opening the Dialogue for a Multi-Agency Response Towards Religious Freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Panayota. So we're kicking off this second panel now. We talked a lot today about multi-agency work. There were quite a few keywords coming up: collaboration, cooperation, the importance of bringing together different organizations from different expertise to work together holistically. So, before we begin the second panel, a brief introduction to our speakers so that you as an audience get to know them a bit better and can address your comments at the end towards them. We have the honor to have Mr. Jacek Kurski, President of the Institute of Social Safety, expert pool member and co-leader of Radicalization Awareness Network Local, Dr. Thorsten Kruse, Research Associate, Münster University, Germany, Dr. Nikolaos Dimitriadis, yes, President of SEMES, Greece.
Why don't you applaud? Let's sit down.
Dr. José Paulo Oliveira, Professor at Sofona University from Portugal, Dr. Massimo Cozzolino, President Europe Islamic Association, Dr. Luca Giulielminetti, advisor from the SPIN system, ambassador and expert of the Radicalization Awareness Network, Ms. Salfi Eskijian, Executive Director of the Office of the Religious Track of the Cyprus Peace Process under the auspices of the Embassy of Sweden, and Dr. Carlotta Carbone, postdoctoral fellow at Università Cattolica del Sacro Cuore, and a researcher at Transcrime, representative of the newly awarded ISFP Project Shrine, which is about raising awareness for the protection of places of worship by promoting interfaith dialogue on the use of advanced technologies. Thank you all for being here, for honoring us with your presence. So the way we will continue with this panel, it will be separated into two sections. We will be talking about multi-agency work, but we'll be focusing on the first part to 4 of our speakers, and we will be asking them to comment and let us know what are the prerequisites, as well as potential barriers to establishing multi-agency work, based on your own unique point of view, of course, yeah? So I will start with the first question addressed to 4 speakers. This is to Dr. Thorsten Kruse, to Dr. Nikolaos Dimitriadis, Dr. José Oliveira, and Mr. Jacek Kurski. What is necessary to start collaboration? We have seen also through the Prosecute project that we were talking about establishing this hub. When it came to the time of actually putting it forth, we were like, okay, where do we start? How do we knock doors? How do we convince these people that it's worth working together? So I'd like to hear from you. What are the ingredients, the prerequisites to establishing multi-agency work between law enforcement agencies, security agents, faith-based leaders, civil society organizations, and wider communities, religious communities? On the basis of your own work and your own expertise, what is your take on that? I'll start with Dr. Thorsten, if you can.
Yeah, thank you very much for the invitation. Thinking of preconditions from my experience religious heritage in Europe, especially in Cyprus, there are certain preconditions that could lead to a better protection of this heritage. In my opinion, the recording and at least basic documentation of all religious sites is a prerequisite in order to be able to protect the religious sites as well. In my investigations here in Cyprus on the religious heritage that was forcibly left behind in 1974, I found that especially the Muslim heritage in rural areas was in many cases unknown or only known to a few persons. If you do not know these sites and places, you cannot protect these areas, be it intentional or unintentional destruction. Another issue is the value of this data that you are collecting. As an example, the dispute between Armenia and Azerbaijan shows the need for detailed knowledge of religious heritage. For example, in the course of the conflict, Azerbaijan has on several occasions completely destroyed Armenian cemeteries in areas formerly inhabited by Armenians and subsequently claimed that there was never any Armenian cultural heritage or religious heritage site in the region. Without records, it will be difficult to provide for us, especially in our current situation, counter evidence. In our current situation, where alternative truth is readily fabricated, unfortunately. The importance of this record keeping and documentation work is unfortunately also evident in Ukraine, where many cultural treasures, including religious heritage, are being destroyed. In order to create a comprehensive basis, researchers, institutions, authorities, and cultural workers who have collected data in this important area should move towards sharing their data on these sites, which are usually in the public domain, and not hiding this valuable data like it's a trade secret. Unfortunately, we've seen this hiding very often in the past across Europe, not only in Cyprus, across Europe. In this context, an interesting example of protection of documented religious heritage is the database of Jewish heritage in Eastern Europe that contains GPS data of synagogues. This special database was made available to NATO in order to be able to prove, in the event of a case in which Jewish heritage was deliberately destroyed in a possible act of war. Such an act could then be classified as a war crime. We see where it's looking for Ukraine and surrounding areas. At this point, I would like to mention that I'm working with colleagues from different countries in Europe and the Brussels-based NGO Future Religious Heritage on a project to create a database where Europe's religious heritage can be recorded and secured in a simple but structured database. We are undergoing this pilot project for this database in Cyprus, Romania, and the UK, and our aim with this project is to contribute to the preservation and eventually also to certain security of religious heritage.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Dr. Dimitriadis, I know you're waiting for this moment.
Yes, so happy to be here, first of all. As Elisa said, I'm a professor of world religions, and my expertise is interreligious dialogue for the last many years, 20, I think. So you're expecting me to sum up in 3 minutes?
Yes.
So you're going from academic to say everything in 3 minutes, right? Yeah. I changed my small intervention here, yeah, in order because I have to adapt to what I've heard already. So first of all, because I take it as a prerequisite as well, the term religion cannot go with the term extremism. Terms like religious extremism shouldn't exist. Secondly, terms like Islamophobia. How many times do you hear the lesbian interactive? How many times do you hear the word Islamophobia? How many times do you hear the word Christianophobia or Judaophobia? So I will surely know what religions are, what they stand for. I wasn't sure. So you know what I did? I had my chat GPT here and I get the answer. I said, religion and extremism go together. The answer is, religion itself is not inherently extremism or radical behavior, because many religious traditions promote values such what Dimitris Hatchimopoulos said at the beginning: compassion, empathy, non-violence. So Dimitri was very valuable of the lesson we got. This is also mythology and religion in the ancient Greece. Those religions are about values. And especially in such projects, we're very attentive. So first prerequisite will be terminology. The second one, which, because in practice, yeah, it was very easy to attract people. I met the Pope.
Yes, it was a landmark moment for Prosecute.
Yeah.
Nicola sent us a photo of disseminating the Prosecute project to the Pope.
No, I won't tell anything about it because we have the lunch break afterwards. Yes. I will reveal all my secrets. Yeah. But I want to say something. We thought, not about the Pope actually, it was His Own Holiness, the Commander of Constantinople, and the Pope Francis, His Holiness Pope Francis of Rome, which means influencers. You know TikTok? Yeah, influencers of 2 billion people. So this was one, but by the same time, the next day, with my colleague and lovely wife here, yeah, we went to the Roman community in Thessaloniki. Right the next day, I had a concert and I was stage diving to 1,000 people.
So we have to find alternative ways to approach. But if I want to sum up in one word, this would be education. How to educate people. In last comment, less than 3 minutes, check this out. The last comment, blah, 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 yeah, there is a difference again. Please mark my words. There is a difference between person and the individual. Why? Because at least, because in Greece we're addressing mostly the Abrahamic religious traditions, not only though, yeah. So man, and I mean male and female, exist as a person only in relation to the other. Otherwise, he becomes an individual. So this is the main point. So after doing dissemination and the training and the pilotings, we were really embraced by everyone, stakeholders. People don't have much time to listen to things. We have to find alternative ways to approach them. So that we found, the truth, if you want to do that way, yeah, we find alternative ways to communicate the fact of so-called religious diversity, we've heard, the respect on that, and to communicate this message of revealing the value of person, the value of human existence in the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Nicola. Thank you very much. I turn now to my, yes, you are on time, absolutely. I turn now to my dear friend Jose. We've heard of prerequisites, yes, so far, data keeping, data sharing, defining the right terminology. I'd like to hear, because you were also responsible for the prosecute to help us set up the hub for empowerment and collaboration at a multi-agency level. I'd like to hear of a potential barrier that you may have faced also on a local level to establishing such hubs, because we really need to hear the other side of the story too,
Have been working like our strategy. I would like to make an observation that usually we tend maybe to forget about it. If we are all here together, if there are so many groups working professionally in this field, I think we must pay tribute to the European Commission and to their vision, because otherwise nothing of this would be possible, because they are supporting us in a very important way, in a moment that some states are turning out to a different position that maybe won't be easy for us to live in Europe in such a peaceful way in the future. But this said, I would like to address the hub, and the idea behind the hub is the idea to bring together people from different fields that could work together because they have a common interest, and this common interest is to build to build communities where you can have your worship in absolutely free. With in security, and you can do your worships in a very respectful way between everyone, and this was the starting point. And of course, there is one thing for to build these hubs. There is the need for someone to trigger this process, and that was the role that was played by the partners of Prosecute project. But then we found that there are all these communities are interested because this is on their own interest, because they want to be safe, to do their cults, and so we could get all them together, not to discuss religion, not to have dialogue inter-religions, but to talk about safety, security, and dignity, and how we can cooperate for a bigger value. Then we reach out to municipalities, and municipalities are crucial for this process because municipalities have they have the territories that they can go at local, even at upper local level, and they have also some practitioners on the front line, namely the social workers that face all the problems. So the municipalities around Lisbon, they entered in this process and they were really engaged. Of course, academics, law enforcement agencies that have been in the hub, and they want to be even the next coordinators for the hub, because they feel that this will help them to do their job. One of the, maybe 2 or 3 days after the first hub formal meeting of the hub, we had a riot inside the Sikh community. It was just a thing of them. It was not a terrorist attack. It was a problem inside the community. But because of the hub, because these new positive externalities and the synergies that came out of the hub, they immediately entered in touch with the Sikh community, the criminal police entered in touch with the Sikh community, and they entered in the community to conduct their investigation as by invitation of the community, presented as friends that are here to help us, to support us. This is very much important, and this is the kind of thing that we can get from the hub, putting all people working together, different stakeholders, and of course, even different law enforcement agencies that are somehow sometimes competing or not sharing all the information they have between them, but here they realize that it's important to share, because if information is power, to share information is a superpower.
Yes. I think sometimes it's about making them aware that such collaboration is possible and providing them the space and the opportunity to do that. Yes.
Yeah.
Mr. Jacek, please go ahead. Your prerequisite or a barrier to establishing multi-agency work?
Yeah, my perspective for looking at the multi-sectoral approach is like from 2 levels. One is the municipality, and the second one is a bit of worship-like a place, because it's linked with work for the Auschwitz Museum.
Mm-hmm.
And when we speak about the problems that can appear, or the framework that should appear at actually setting up the multi-sectoral approach, I would say that the first, before everything, is a trigger. And it's a bad information, actually.
Yeah.
Because usually the trigger is a terrorist attack or a hate crime.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, for majority of stakeholders on the municipality level, these are the triggers. And this is very sad, because actually the majority of the work that such multi-sectoral groups are doing is on prevention. So this shows a huge misunderstanding of what is the multi-sectoral approach in the role of early prevention in the whole structure of the city. So it really happens very, very rare that the president of the city is saying, nothing serious happened, but I'm going to set it up.
Yeah.
It's really rare, but I know such examples. So first of all, a trigger, then a capacity or framework for creating such a group. What I say by this, they should feel comfortable in being present in among itself. Then taking care about the real diversity inside the group.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely crucial. I know several different groups when the city council met police. They call it multi-sectoral group, multi-sectoral approach. I'm sorry, I know a couple of more stakeholders that could be implemented, including cultural institutions, including local NGOs, not mentioning the religious, obviously the religious communities. And then I would say absolutely crucially important is the trust. Building trust inside the group is here a task that for us in case of middle-sized city, it took like 2 years to build the trust. A longer process. Then a second step, I would say, it's about finding an aim, common aim for all those people who are inside the multi-sectoral approach. It's also not easy because they have different agendas, but finding a common aim, which might be safety security of the city, which might be actually we've made a separate workshop about it, and we had like 30 different aims, and everyone agreed that they can share all of them. Because an image of the city is also, or the institution is also an issue. Safety security was quite often an issue. So this is another thing. Then it comes knowledge. Very often forgotten. It's not like meeting the people will solve all the problems. The knowledge from the experts and working on ego is an important here. So finding good solutions, good expertise from outside the group, bringing good experience from different other countries and different approaches. This is difficult sometimes because the group speaks like, okay, I'm here, I'm now, I know what I should do. It's way difficult to hear that somewhere else someone is doing it much better. So this is of course a difficult. And then I would say a framework, legal framework again, but on the very professional level. So to get the sustainability, to get the proper legacy of the work that the group is doing. This is a huge task. We had this task when the results of the group were already seen, but there was a need of setting up on both levels I mentioned at the very beginning, the city and the museum. In both cases, there was a trigger. The group exists in the city. In the museum, it's rather an outside group of experts that is advising to the museum, but it's not set it up inside the structure. But the sustainability of such process, legacy of the work, to secure it, it's a difficult thing. In the city of Dąbrowa Górnicza, where I was advising for a couple of years, there was a decision of president to make it, of a mayor of the city, and the group still exists. That benefited actually very quickly, very surprisingly, with the moment that the number of refugees from Ukraine came to the city. And there was a moment that the group already was there. It was just a case of phone calls to actually coordinate the help provided by the city, by the individuals themselves. When it comes to Auschwitz Museum, it's a bit more complex because here the expert group is very much focused not only about education, knowledge, awareness raising, the issues I've mentioned earlier. Here the trust was even more difficult actually because we were working with the workers of the museum. And here the help comes rather with a legal assist. So legal assist means after the hate crime that is committed inside, what type of legal steps can the museum make to secure the future existence of this place, but also how to communicate, because communication issue works both as a huge obstacle in both cases actually. So communication, I would say, internal and external, is also an important role in such multi-sectoral groups.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
So far, we've referred to the importance of record keeping, documentation, and data sharing, the importance of establishing the right terminology, religious and extremism. Why do they go together? They shouldn't be going together. Islamophobia being commonly used, whereas we need to really reflect on these terms. The values that exist within different religions, tribute to the EC Commission for helping establish multi-agency work. But I'm holding the word trigger because trigger is important to establishing, and what triggers it has been mentioned by all of you, different factors. We have the diversity, reporting of cases, information sharing, knowledge, yes, expertise sharing, having a common aim, and also a legal framework, as mentioned by Mr. Jacek, for sustainability. Which brings us to the second section. So we've established this multi-agency work, we've triggered it, we've brought the people together. Then we have the issue of maintaining it and then sustaining it. And it's quite challenging in different regards. So I'd like to address this question now to the other four speakers, Dr. Massimo Cosolino, Dr. Luca Gioelminetti, Ms. Salpi Eschigian, and Ms. Carlotta Carbone. I'll start with Dr. Massimo. Please, can you share with us one factor that you think is important in maintaining and in sustaining multi-agency work? Yeah.
Yeah. First of all, thank you for this opportunity. And it's a very critical and challenge that we have on maintaining united this group on this type of multitasking and holistic also way to analyze this kind of stuff. I have a very short time to speak, so I will be refer to some important points, I would say, that of course refer to some content and some bibliography and scientific bibliography. So, first of all, what I think is to recognize we are talking about taking care of all place of worship, but the first thing, as also I said before, is to take care of the human life. That's the important topic. We are taking care of the human life. So, on this frame, there are, I want to say, a type of trilogy that I would say is, from my point of view, from my humble point of view, the type of suggestion and indication. First of all, the prevention. To take care of the prevention and to synthesize in a way that I think also before, predict to prevent. So that's important of the intelligence, that's important of the technologies, that's important of staying together on these aspects, because we said before, we are taking care not of one community, one religion, but of human life. First. Second, another important aspect is to involve all the actors on this type of communication. So the second point is communication to prevent. That's very important. What that means? It means dialogue. It means sharing information. It means try to solve problems. If a community is being accused by, I don't know, a policy, any kind of aspect, should all together should take care of this aspect, even if it's Muslim, Jewish, or Christian, or else. So this is the important point. The third one is the last, but not least, is to try to develop a good policy to maintain the community engagement. So this is, from my point of view, these are the three important aspects. So about the community engagement, how we can reach that with good policies, to create this kind of dialogue, not only to municipality level, so but also to national level. So we should establish a directly communication between the top, from the ground to the top. That's what I think is very important. And then I want to conclude saying that all these things are very important, but we should never forget our important values, because we are talking about what's bringing us together. And as I said before, it's not the religion, but the European values. So the citizenship, the religious freedom, That's what could connect everybody, even if they are atheists, even if they are with no any kind of religion. So that's an important way to be all together and to work for the defense and the security of human life and of the cultural and artistic heritage. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I hope that I was
You were right on time. Thank you. Dr. Luca, please. I will not say your surname again because I'm sure I'm getting it wrong every time.
Well, I may say that I would like to know the answer about how to maintain a multi-agency task force at the local level and municipality. Because I have a well-failed experience to tell you. In my city, I've worked as a volunteer to push the creation of a task force on prevention of violent terrorism, of violent extremism and terrorism. That it means that you have to meet the law enforcement, the different law enforcement, the prison system and prison and probation system, the communities, the service, the different social and health services of the city. And you have first to create trust among these actors. Then you have to share the language. If we speak about radicalization, we must be agreed about what is radicalization and so on. So after 6-7 years, we approve, we have guideline design on the best policy by the RAN. We have a political advisor. What happened? You know, every 5 years, the city administration changed in Italy, but not also the civil administration, but also the people at the head of the law enforcement or the prison information and so on. And so now this is experience after a work of 7 years is completely stopped, facing with the new administration of my city on one side, but also because in the meantime, the other people with who I develop a trust collaboration, they change, they look. So that's of that's the reason why I told you that I would like to know how to maintain. But the real point is, and I go back to what I said in the other workshop, it's a political will, of course, because people change. Today you are the co-chair of the local authority. Tomorrow maybe I will be, even if I fail my experience. But the point is not if it's local jazz. No, the point is that you need at least a legal national framework that allow to the municipality, because we know that the local approach is the best approach, to push in creating this kind of synergy among actors that are really different. So we have to recognize that they have different rules, different commitment, different aims, and so on. I just want to add one prerequisite that you don't mention, the rule of law. Every activity must be at the rule of law, because if I have police that, because we are speaking of terrorism, doesn't respect the rule of law, me and every civil society organization escape from, collaborate, exchange information, and so on. So rules of law is the first prerequisite. Thank you for your attention.
I think it's very important. It kind of establishes the importance of requiring both a bottom-up approach for this, but also a top-down approach. Both are needed. Now we move on to Ms. Salfi. Please.
Thank you. I feel that I need to put the context that where my comments will come from, and that's Cyprus, in the sense that we brought in the multi-stakeholders as in religious leaders. So it was deliberately chosen to be the top leadership and not the grassroots to start with, because of the fact that, number one, we're dealing with a country that's divided. Number two, it was a context where before the trigger point we used, which was the 2004 peace agreement, the Annan plan, which had failed, there was no space, a platform where religious leaders, Muslim, Christian, had ever met together or talked together. There was never even a platform. So that's important. That's the context I'm going to use from. From the challenges that I've seen is, number one is the context of the conflict is the non-recognition of each other. So when the state authorities have that legal or political framework, then when you talk about the people that we work with, is it civil society or religious, that becomes a challenge. Division, military presence, lack of freedom of movement, and lack of freedom of access and worship. So there is, as Dr. Kruse was showing in the workshop 3, the monuments that are, or the religious places of worship or cemeteries that are no longer in the hands or administered by the rightful owner, but left in the custodianship of the political context that exists, because there is no solution. So in that sense, you need another layer of partnership. So when the places of worship are no longer in the hands of the rightful owners, and when the faith communities are excluded from having the right to administer, to be able to worship, to protect, to clean it up. Now, another challenge, which is interesting, is when restoration works, so now this is now in peace building aspect, suddenly become a place of worship and cemeteries which are destroyed or desecrated during either the war or as a result of just being left in, goes into the so-called peace process. So suddenly it enters into the technocrats or the politicians and takes away their rightful order. So that means also lacks the access to the communities that are actually, that really feel that these are the places which are sacred for them. So when politics enter religion, or when politics misuses religion and religious sides become prawns for tit for tat. And I'm seeing this very recently, unfortunately, where the word reciprocity enters in. That is not the kind of platform that we use, which is, and that's the worst, that if you want to pray in this place of worship or you want to access it, but then I won't give it to you so that you can give me something else. And that's where it's not the faith communities, but the political leadership. I completely agree with the previous comments that the importance of the common space. Yes. So once that's taken away, or the common goal, the safe space that's provided, and the legal framework, or the framework that we all agree on. The common goal and the basis we use, which was very, very powerful and it continues to be, is the freedom of religion. So the freedom of belief or religion, the four, because that is a human rights basis, and I wouldn't call it European, but universal. Yes. So that is very important to be used. So human rights, but in the case of the dialogue with religious leaders, that human rights universal basis was coupled with the scriptures. So to love, the values. So when it came to Christianity or Islam, so they coupled what was their own scripture saying of loving one another, compassion, forgiveness. So these kind of added on to the universal framework. The part where we made the click, the move that was kind of powerful, that's entered into prevention and not so much protection, but prevention of conflict or violence, and also of crisis management, was when one started advocating for the right of the other. Yes. So it wasn't only compassion, but then I felt it wasn't anymore speaking of my right, my issue, what was in my mosque, my church, my synagogue, but I was advocating for the other because of common values, because of the universal status, and because of that safe space that had been created to trust one another. So trust with them. But again, in order to open up to other multi-stakeholder approaches, was the rule of law. That if the other one is not seen as your partner, but as your informer, then, or the political, and not just the police, but also the political or the other evidence. But so, yes, thank you.
Thank you. It reminds me of when we had the Open Dialogue Roundtable with USLPN. We referred to the term religious tolerance, which again is a term that is widely used. And Imam Shakir had told us, why are we using the word tolerance? That means we need to tolerate the other. Let's use exactly something that exists. Instead, let's use the word acceptance. And that was so inspiring. And it comes down to the idea of values, sharing these common values and defining even just the wording, the power of words can really impact this collaboration. The final say to Ms. Carlota, we don't have a lot of time, but please, I'd like to give we'd like to hear from you just something that you believe is important to sustain multi-agency work.
Okay, thank you very much for the invitation. I will try to be very short. I think that one of the main there are many initiatives that have been funded in previous projects that are not able to survive over time. So they are not able to survive after the project lifetime. And this is particularly problematic because there are a lot of very well developed initiatives that in the end up being very fragmented and are not connected to each other. So in this sense, I think that the main, let's say, the key challenges for maintaining multi-agency work, such as initiatives and networks, are at least two. First of all, like the first challenge is to, let's say, design realistic sustainability plans. In many times, they are not really well designed, and we think about we have to do this, and this task, and then the project ends, and there is no plan for sustainability. Yes. And this is what we are trying also to do in Project Shrines. And second, also another challenge is also to create synergies among all these different initiatives and works that we are doing. Related to this, I just take the opportunity to very briefly present Project Shrines, which is, as said before, a 2 years project involving 11 different partners, religious, technological, and academic partners. The objective, as let's say, as also other project, is to protect places of worship. In this project, we are focusing on different kinds of threats, not only terrorism or hate crimes, but we are trying to broaden a bit categories of risks we are taking into consideration, such as vandalism, theft, robberies, but also kind of natural threats, natural disasters, natural fires, or epidemics like COVID-19. And more specifically, the objective is to identify technologies to protect places of worship. And in this context, we have very recently established the European Network for Safety and Security Management in Places of Worship, which aim to promote awareness among managers of places of worship about the risks, the threats they face, and also about the use of potential technologies to better protect these places. So I, let's say, invite you to register in the network. The membership is totally free of charge, and there are different kinds of benefits that you could have being a member and, let's say, joining this network, such as being regularly updated on all initiatives in Shrines project, but also in related projects. And this also relates to your question, so try to connecting all the dots between the different projects, and also actively contribute to the network and being updated about the possible technologies. Here, I think in this, no, I don't see it, probably it was in another version, but in the flyer outside in the booth promo area, we have some flyers about Shrines, and you will also find more information about the network and the QR code for registering in the network. So I will be available to answer any question you may have.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And I'm sure the speakers will be very happy to answer any additional questions you may have also during the lunch break. I do want to give space to the audience to ask. I think we have time for one question, maybe two. One. I know there's going one. Okay, one. So one question maybe from the audience. Anybody that might have something to ask? Any other panelists or a comment? No, do we have anything from the audience attending the live link? No? Okay. So, do you want to have a final comment? Does anybody want to add a final comment? I know that I was rushing your video, but we really needed to reach the time schedule. Nicole, of course you did.
One, two, three. Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah. Maybe on the top left. Yeah. So yeah.
I think since you see it's about the whole project, the idea of protection against from places of worship. I would like to say two things on that. First, that places of worship are visited from persons, from non-believers. And second, I want to say, so it's almost we're discussing about security and place of worship, think of more holistically. And the second one was, I forgot it.
You forgot it. I can't believe you forgot. I thought you were going to start singing.
Yeah.
He cannot start by
the next part.
Take a moment to think about it. You want to say something, and then yes.
No, I just want to add that I know the context we're talking about is security.
Yes.
But I also want to say that protecting the places of worship, like in the case of Cyprus, is also a very powerful tool for peace building.
Mm-hmm.
Because if we look at the question of Cyprus, where their religion is also a victim of the conflict, where the division and those monuments have stayed to be victims of the time, apart from what was happening during the conflict. Now, by leaving them that way, when there's a peace agreement, and that was our trigger point, when there's a peace agreement from the treetop, and they say, now people agree, people look, before they vote that kind of compromise agreement, do I want to live with you or not with the other community that I've been divided with? I just walk my street and I look at my mosque, I look at my church, I look at my cemetery where my grandparents were buried, and I see the crosses all broken. I see the place of worship, a church or a mosque be used as stable or just collapsing. And then ask the soft part of your heart. Do I trust to live with you? If you have not been able to during these 50 years, take the time, even if you don't believe in faith, you're not a believer, to just fix it, keep it there, and allow me, not just fix it and leave it there, but allow me to pray and to use it. Allow me to respect my grandmother's memory and have a stone that makes sense. So if that doesn't take place, and it's not done together, not as victim and aggressor, that becomes a very big form in the peace building process, which is what's so in Cyprus.
Everybody, yes, we can't. Okay. What?
And I want them to what about if not that?
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Unfortunately, we're really pressing for time. We really have to end it here. I'm really sorry. I know we will have the chance also in the lunch break share more information between us on a more intimate level. I'm sorry to be in the unfortunate position to have to listen. I really want to hear you, but I know time is pressing. I'm so sorry. So I'd like to thank you again all for your contribution, for your presence. Thank you for actively listening. Thank you.
everything went I just think it's right. The after school, in change your direction with attention.
I don't think that there is a distinction when I'm saying learning.
Do it that we are doing, but don't say that we are living in bad like that. We don't have
A local band created by these beautiful musicians called Ideon Project, together with the Syrian poet Diyarishet, performing a poem that has to do with the title is Khalil Gibran, the Prophet. So let's listen to the Prophet. Thank you.
Sì, è vero.
خذوا السكة والكور. خذوا السكة والكور والمطرقة والطنبور. خذوا السكة والكور والمطرقة والطنبور. في غابة الهيكل وظل القلعة كثيرا ما رأيت أشدكم حرية يحمل حريته كليلا ثقيلا العنق وكان هيبة ليدي وجهي. أنا لم تصنعونه حرية إنما هو بالحقيقة من هذه السلاسل قوته، لأنه كيف يستطيع بقية أن يحكم الأحرار المستقيمين ما لم يكن الأطيان أساسا لحريتهم والعار قاعدة لكبريائهم.
Hugo Guillermo Castro, Alexis Yacuno, Miguel Nieto, Fidel Roger, thank you. Check us on social media.
So we came to an end, finally. I would like to thank everyone for being here with us. I would like to call here on stage the organizers, the Prosecute Project and the Protector Project to come with me and be next to me when I say, yeah, you actually come. It's not just you look at me.
Fine.
So with these people and with so many more from other projects, we achieved what we were dreaming about for many months now, to bring together people from all around Europe
to join forces to discuss about protection and security for places of worship. Come on. With one ultimate goal: to protect our people, their fundamental rights to express in their places of worship, to protect the religious freedom, and to promote interreligious respect and diversity. Thank you. I would like to say that this is not the end, but this is just the beginning of a new creative synergy. With all of you, we're open to this. We're open to new ideas with one goal: to protect our community and to make possible to coexist all together harmonically. Thank you very much for everything. Now,